Hi, Jeremy. Hi. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. With a bit of echo. Are you in the same room with Harry?
Yeah, we are in the same room.
Okay. So just be mindful. In case the audio feedback that comes out from Harry's or from Harry or Jeremy may feedback to your mic, right? So it may trigger a loop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sure.
So good. Apart from that, let me see. Oh yeah, we still have one more. I believe this is her colleague.
Yeah, it should be James, I think.
James, yeah, James. James Joe. Did I pronounce her name correctly? Lindsay? Or
Yes, yes, correct, that's true.
alright. Okay, I can see James joining in. Yeah. Hi James.
Hi Ken, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good, thank you.
Alright. You guys are on the ball. You can start the back earlier. Start time. But I did note that my email do mention that after to come in earlier, 15 minutes earlier, just in case you may have some mic issue or anything. But it seems like we are all sorted out. James, you do have a camera available as well, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I think later on we do need to turn on our camera just to take the attendance. since I have everybody here, is it okay if I take a quick class photo?
Yep.
Okay. Um, you can turn on your camera.
I think Jeremy has also problem with the camera, so can he go outside and then back?
Yeah, you can bring your
You jump in the
If not, you can jump on with your phone and then have the screenshot or have the photo taken and then you can continue. Okay, maybe tell what guys, we can try to take this photo a bit later. In the meantime, let's continue with the class first, right? And oh, so Jeremy, you want to take together with Harry, so we can take in the manner. All right. Good. So what I do need you all to do is just have a look onto your camera and give a big smile so that I can take a quick snapshot, right? I will show you what I've taken so that at least you can say yes or no before I save the file, right? So where is my snapshot? Maybe got Sweden. Taking a minute. All right. Okay, if everybody can look at your camera and give a smile. Maybe 3, 2, 1. Okay, guys, this is what I got from the snapshot. Is this okay?
Okay.
Brilliant.
All right.
Okay.
Good. Then I will take this file for the class. So guys, by the way, my machine had crashed yesterday. Oh, not yesterday, last Friday, right? And the IT managed to get me a new laptop. So I'm juggling just to make sure that I'm able to use the new laptop and at the same time to conduct the training and hopefully I don't miss out anything that I'm supposed to have on the new laptop. One thing that they didn't give me is the admin right, which they have just given me this morning. So I'll be installing the stuff a bit more later. So I hope you guys can bear with me just in case there's some glitches here and there. Please let me know, right? Or please feel free to comment, right? Okay, so welcome to the OnGuard 8.1 certification training class. And my name is Ken. Later on we'll go through the slides and there will be a bit of introduction for us to get to know each other a bit more before we start the class proper, right? And I believe I've sent out an email with regards to all the URL, all the links like the training materials, the software and all these things. Did you guys get my email last, I think yesterday? You guys all get my email yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, Fabio.
Yeah, good. Okay, so in the email there's 4 items over there, and you can go ahead and download them. The most important one is the training materials, because that is the one that contains most of the information that you need to go through for this week, right? And of course, what is covered in that training material? Let me just bring up this number. Training materials. All right. As you can see from my folder, right, these are the 4 links, right, that you are downloading from the AWS, right? The 2 of them, which is OnGuide 8.1 and the supplemental, these are software ISO image. If you open up the zip file, it's actually an ISO image, right? So with the ISO image, what you can do is that you can actually use it to install on your machine or on your lab environment or on your VMs or whichever, right? Either this week or next week or the week after. Remember, I will be giving you an access to a virtual learning platform, which is a web-based, classroom environment, and you go into the web base to set up your system to go through the training. So you don't have to use the software that I've sent to you to install on the web, because the web is already equipped with all those stuff. So I will run you through. We will go through the 4 days together. However, after the 5th day or 4th day, right, on the Friday in the late afternoon, right, once the class is ended, the system will automatically remove your access to the virtual classroom, which will mean that you do not have access to OnGuide anymore. So the best way is to install OnGuide so that you can actually have it available on your machine or somewhere where you can actually play with it and go through it, so that you can actually run your exam or complete exam from there. Okay? Alright, and of course I provided additional application which consists of SQL Server Express, SQL Express server, right? And the SSMS, which is a management studio, which we'll go through a bit more later when we install the software. Okay, and apart from that, when you go into the training material, which is the one that is more important for this week, inside the training material you have a couple of folders, right? The most important one is this file, OnGuide Fundamental 8.1 training material, right? It's a big file, but it's pretty much the file or the training content that I'm going through the whole of this week. Okay? So if you have any questions, if you are not too sure on certain things, you can reference to this training material and say, Ken, remember yesterday you go through that topic, which page? I'm not too clear, and then we can always go back to that and then just do a revision, right? Apart from those training material, there's hardening guide and information available, including a training support video that teach you how to install or even refresh your knowledge on how to install. So you can actually go through that when you have time, right? Or later part somewhere, maybe 3 months later when you have to do a first installation on the customer side. Okay, there's training notes, there's documentation, include everything on our manuals and guides, which you can actually reference to that for your information. Right, last but not least is the compatibility chart for OnGuide 8.0, which will show you a bit more when we go into the partner center, what you can get from the partner center. Okay, so remember, this is a training material that I provided or from the training department, right? So do not redistribute or use it for tender or whichever, because it's just a training material, right? You can use the manual as your reference because that's the most important or relevant reference. Training material is more to serve as a guide. But if you ask me, from a tech support, from a training angle, the training material is very handy. Okay? Any questions on the material that I passed to you guys? No? Alright. So, brief introduction of myself, right? My name is Ken, as I've introduced myself a bit earlier. I come from Singapore, right? About 10 years ago, and I came over to Australia to be the product manager, and as well as because of my training background, they asked me to do training as well. So I've been doing product manager training, and I also help out with tech support, help out with some professional services, yeah, if you want to think of me, I'm actually pretty much anything on the LENEL-1 I'm the man that you will be looking for. But of course, together with me, I have tech support team, I have sales, I have customer service, I have various other team members that do help me with the workload here, right? And I came from Singapore, as you know, back in Singapore, I also do same thing with the same company. So I'm with the company for about 20 over years now. But majority of my time, I'm doing enterprise access control. Product like Kasira, Sco, infographics, you know, all those enterprise level access control products. Right. So that is where my background is a bit more interesting of my background. Before I joined the security market, I used to be in the Air Force, flying fighter plane, right? And I did flew back in Australia, but in Perth, using a trainer jet, and then I went over to US to start my F-16 flying career. Before I decided to stop my flight, okay, that's it, I'm not going to fly anymore, I'd rather be a passenger. So I decided to come back and you know, just be a passenger and enjoy my life doing training and doing security business. Alright, that's more about me. One important thing about me is that even though I'm a trainer as well as I'm a product manager, I'm not a product manager that only like to hear good things about the product. I like to hear bad things about the product because that's how the product will become better. So, you know, don't be afraid to tell me, Ken, this product is shit. You know, at some point, at some level, maybe at some engagement or some projects, maybe it doesn't fit the customer expectation. But, you know, there's pros and cons within the product. But same thing for me, right? If you think there's anything that I didn't do very well, don't be afraid to say, Ken, you should improve this. Ken, you are not very good at this. You should change the way how this is presented or things like this. So feel free to share your feedback to me. I'm a very positive person. And in fact, the more negative you share with me, the better I will want to become, right? So I will try to tell myself to become better, you know, with the negative feedback. So you know, I take things very positively. So, okay, from there, can I hand over to Lindsay, because he's the first one that joined into the Zoom. So I let him start off, and you can pass on to the next person once you're done.
Sure. Morning,
Thanks.
guys. My name's Lindsay Glick. I'm with Honeywell. I've been with Honeywell plus minus 6 years, and I work on a lot of the defense sites, and mainly recently on the Type 1A systems for defense. And I've been in security for plus minus 32 years, doing access control, CCTV, and alarm systems. What I expect from the training is to get a better understanding of LENEL so I can become good at it.
So you must be very familiar with a lot of different products, and
yes,
you must be able to know the pros and cons of the products.
Correct,
so
correct.
That 1A is definitely an area where I would have to say, sorry, we can't do that. All right. All good, guys. Thanks, Lindsay.
No worries.
Anything more to add?
No, all good. Thank you.
Yeah. Who do I have to pass to next?
Travis, because I think he was after me.
Okay.
How you doing? I'm Travis. I currently live in Brisbane, and I work for a very small company called GJH Services. We mainly take care of, when based on LENEL, we mainly work with the Gold Coast Airport, and that's where I specifically know and worked with Ken on that project. They've implemented some pretty high level stuff there, so just good to get some training in for LENEL. I've been in security only I actually finished my apprenticeship next week.
Oh.
So so I finished my
so it's
surgery next week.
A very big hardship to use the product without much training at the start.
That's all good. That's good. I find that's a good way to kind of learn it, though. You know, from the bare roots, and then you get your training afterwards. You kind of
refresh.
Get to know it a bit more, refresh things you didn't know. So I like this kind of way. I did the same thing with other products as well. So just looking to get a better knowledge of the system, see where I can improve. Thanks.
Who do you want to pass on to, Travis?
We'll go James.
Alright, James.
Put this mic on.
Hey guys, I'm James, and I've been at Honeywell in the security buildings industry for about 3 years. Started as an estimator for about 2 years and moved into service about a year ago. So my experience with access control systems is a bit limited. But yeah, just have 1 year experience around those systems, and I mainly work at defence as well, and the Star Casino. And what I just like to get a greater understanding of the systems here for this training. That's all.
So James and Lindsay, you two will be the pilot or the first one for the rest of your team, because I know there's a few more joining a bit more class in the next few classes. So welcome, James and Lindsay.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, Lindsay, who do you want to pass on to?
Me.
Harry.
Alright.
Hello, I'm Harry. I'm from Korea, but then I originally work in Airlink security company, and my job is project manager for executing some project when it comes to installation of the LENEL and some devices. And the reason why I registered this training is because I had the experience of using the LENEL product, but then I just wanted to know more knowledge about this. That's why I just joined, and I hope that this experience made me feel better to touch my goals to improve my skills in it.
Yeah. Okay. So Harry, I guess you have to pass to Jeremy, but maybe get Jeremy to come over to your, or maybe Jeremy, you're okay to speak without the camera on?
Yes. 얘기하네.
Hello. Hello, my name is.
Hello, my name is Jeremy.
They have to mute one of the speaker.
Yes.
I'm from
Korea.
I'm from
Sorry.
Hello, I'm from Korea. I am a security system technician engineer, learning LENEL for the first time. It's an honor to learn LENEL. Thank you.
Alright, thanks, Jeremy. By the way, Jeremy and Harry, I know you are from Korea. I got a message from Ben and Ivan, who are your counterpart from Hong Kong and Taiwan. But they told me that because you guys prefer the English class, so if my English doesn't sound local to Australia, it doesn't sound like from Singapore either, because I got a mix of all kinds of Asian language. So sometimes I may, if you challenge me, I may speak Thai with you, or I may speak Taiwanese local language with you. But but my English is not the best, right? In fact, my kids are teaching me English right now.
No,
They're speaking a lot more better English than me.
I can understand.
Yeah. So if let's say there's any area that I speak too fast, do let me know, or ping me, or maybe during a break ask me the question during that time.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. If I have any uncomfortable, and I will, I'll talk directly.
Yeah. No problem. Feel free. Right. Okay, guys. We will go through the training proper. Just for the benefit of the class, I know in Zoom, our virtual training, it can be quite boring, right? It's always one-way direction. Sometimes the instructor may ask you to say, okay, hands up or whichever, or pull or whichever. I'm not going to make it so stressful for you guys, right? I want you all to relax, get the max out of the training. Ask me whatever question that you don't feel comfortable with or you want to know more, right? The training content I will share with you in a short while. But most importantly, because in Zoom, right, I understand there's certain level of privacy as well, because you are most likely, some of you may be working from home, having the session from home. And if you need a bit of privacy, feel free to turn off your camera, right? And if you need to go mute, feel free to go mute yourself, right? You can mute and unmute anytime you like. But most important thing is for me, when I'm talking or when I'm here on the, in the room with you guys, I will have my camera on and my mic on. If I'm, away, I will turn off my camera and my mic. Okay, so you know that I'm not in the room, right? But at the same time, for you guys, right, a simple way to acknowledge when I ask a question without having you, to keep saying yes or unmute to say yes and things like this, right? Like what Travis did, you can give me a thumbs up if you have your camera on. Then I know that you are okay. Otherwise, you can use the hand gesture stuff to give a thumbs up and all these things if you are not having the camera on. Okay. Right, and one last thing, right? Thanks, Travis. Right, if there's any situation or any questions that I ask during the training, and if you have not, if I can assume, right, in 3 to 5 seconds, if I don't hear any feedback, it will be considered as a yes, so that I can continue to go to the next topic, right? So you don't have to keep me giving me thumbs up, keep saying yes, and so you make it much more easier, right? But if you do have a question, feel free to unmute yourself and ask the question. So I will pause for a while and then continue. Okay? Right, and one very important thing, right? Even though the training content can be very packed for the next couple of days, right? I would like to be able to to make sure that I give you your necessary breaks. So within an hour, right, of going through the training, I will give you guys a break, and it will be a 10 minutes or 15 minutes break, sometimes half an hour. But the most important thing is that what we are going through is a 4 days training. There will be some training that is available online, which I will introduce to you how you can access those training online and get yourself familiar with the training. If you ask some of the other regions in US, they are doing it 3.5 days because they take away a fair bit of this day one topic. In fact, they don't expect you to install SQL, right? But I would like you all to try because I think that will benefit you all, right? And in Europe, they do a 5 day training, right? Because they include hardware training as well. But I take out the hardware topic because it's quite boring. No, it's not boring. It's just very dry. So I let you all do your own self-paced learning. I give you some information so that it will help you in your training course. And I think if I go somewhere in the middle, US go the super short, Europe go the super long, I go somewhere in the middle, 4 days or 3.5 days, right? And eventually, right, this year will be the last year where we will be doing all this theory-based training. Next year going onwards, the installation, the hardware, some of the topics will be moving into self-paced learning, and we will only be doing a 2-day workshop so that it reduce your day off time away from your projects or your service. Okay, looking at the agenda, is there any questions from anyone regarding the agenda?
Looks good.
I had a question.
Yeah, Harry, go ahead.
So once this agenda were done, and do we have any tests after the training right away?
Yes. Yeah, there's a test. The test will be given to you, and you have 30 days to complete the test. So you don't need to do the test on the spot and finish the test on the spot. You can log into the exam portal, right, and do your test. And of course, I will show you where you can access your exam portal and stuff like this. Maybe after the break, right, or before the break.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So in terms of the link and the information I've shared with you guys, at the end of today, I will also be preparing your training license, right? Which I will be sending your training license to you guys, individually, and with the training license, right? The on-guard training license, it allows you to actually install on your own PC or on your lab that is able to run, without being interfered by us, right? The only thing that there's a cap on the training license, which is a 1-year validity. But with your training records and if you updated yourself with the LENEL training, you can always renew your license anytime. Just log on to the Partner Center and download a new download your license, it will refresh for another year. Okay, which I'll show it to you as well. Alright, so coming to the certification program. Okay, pretty much everyone has to go through the certification program before you work on the system. Otherwise, you may be able to figure out a few things here and there. But from my experience, right, handling enterprise system, if you go through a training, you may only take half an hour to fix the issue. But without training, you may be spending 2 hours for up to 2 days trying to fix the issue. And you may fix one issue, then here comes another. But if you go through the training, it just go through very smoothly. And we have customers who being put on site and do an upgrade, and they have not gone through any training. And we tell them, right, we can help you fix this problem now, right? He's pretty smart. We tell him, right, you are putting yourself in a situation where if your customer is sitting beside you and expect you to be like provisioned with everything, you're not going to show the confidence to your customer. So we are not helping you by fixing your problem now, because there's still a bigger problem in front, with the customer. So what we advise is that you join the training, or get somebody who is trained and certified to guide you with that, so at least they give the customer the confidence. Okay, and with the training record, you do get your certification ID, and you can use the certification ID. You can check by email address, and we will be able to find out your certification records. Okay, so what you're going through this week is to get yourself up to associate level, right? And that is the fundamental course. Once you get to that level, you can advance into various sectors, right? Depending on where you want to pick up your next level of training. So over here, my training is 4 days, right? There will be an exam. It's a 30 days exam, and we can talk with you about exam in a short while. But once you're certified, you will be able to access the tech support, you will be able to access the partner center, you can get the latest software and all these other stuff as well. Okay? And of course, sometimes we have end users who attend the training as well. And when they attend the training, it's more to get themselves familiar with the product, as well as doing some basic level 1 support. Sometimes those end users do have a direct contract with us, which means that they could be calling us for direct support. Okay. Okay. There's a few areas where I will show you, not through the slide, but actually from the website. So allow me to bring up my web. Is it here? No. Where's the two more? Okay. So, where's my LENEL website? Okay. So if you can see from the LENEL website, in the meantime, let me log in, right? Or before I log in, right, I just want to show you, if you go into the LENEL Partner Center, right, or I'll show you how to come to this LENEL website. There's a place that you can validate the technician certificates. So if any one of you is trained, right, you will get a certification ID, and by providing your certification ID, matching up with your last name, the system will be able to tell you if you are certified or not. And when is your last certification, or when your status going to be expired, right? And you can check from here. But the most important thing is where you can access inside this portal, right? So I will show you a bit more later. So when you go into the lenel-s2.com, you will be able to find our main portal. And of course, in the main portal, you can find information related to marketing information. I think my cameras, it's a new laptop, so why is my cameras fading out with okay, and of course, you can go into the website. Sometimes you could be looking for a solution more for data center and stuff like this. and you can see how LENEL is positioned in some of those industries, right? I like to say, LENEL position in the enterprise world, but in the enterprise world, it sometimes also a lot of focus on security with customers as well. There's customer who need security to make sure that it does the job 100% or 80, at least 80% of it, right? So sometimes we are more active in those areas. Right, if you go into the portal itself, you can look under security solution over here, but I want to point out to you this third-party integration, right? I'll open up as a new tab, but I'll go into the product in OnGuard. In OnGuard folder or in OnGuard portal, if you scroll down, you can see a lot of information. You can see OnGuard 8.1, which is what you are trained on, what you'll be training on, right? And that is of course the latest version of it. You can see other information that is available with regards to OnGuard. But if you go into the view product, that will be a portal that is more for OnGuard 8.1. And if you scroll down, you have whole heaps of resource available over here, containing the data sheet, the information, enterprise system configuration guide, and all these things. Very useful for your sales team, right? For you guys, after playing with the system a bit more, you say, I don't need this anymore because I already know what this is all about. These are all marketing stuff. So if your sales do require some information on, let's say, enterprise system ADB or pro system or things like this, they can always here to look at the configuration and information, right? So I'm not going to go through that, but if I go in a bit more, you can go into the news, insight, and why LENEL, all these things, right? And last but not least, you can look at the support portal, and in the support portal, it talks about trainings and all these other areas. Right, one big thing here is on the knowledge base. If you click on the knowledge base, you will open up knowledge base article within LENEL S2. Right, in this knowledge base, you do not require any login, and you can go into the OnGuard ecosystem and be able to search for information. Let's say, for example, I'm looking for open access. Understand communication server, right? You can just type in, and I can see a list of questions or knowledge base article that talks about com server, right? And in those articles, if you say how do I locate a com server for a panel, it will be able to give you some information here and other related article as well. Okay, so this knowledge base article is one source where I will encourage you to take a look when you're facing some issue to see whether some of the issue is is available here. But by the way, who contribute to the knowledge base article, right? It's you guys, right? Any techs who go out there, work on the system, if you're faced with an issue, we get escalated, right? We go up to a tech support if it's an issue that we think that it worth putting into the article or knowledge base. Tech support will actually create an article and put it onto the knowledge base, so it gets built up over the years. Okay, and it contains a lot of experience of how to fix it, what version does it apply to, and things like this, right? So sometimes you may find information that is relevant and be able to assist you straight away without having to call us. My job is to make tech support. Don't have to worry so much because you guys will be able to handle most of the issue. And trust me, no one wants to contact support all the time, right? You want to be able to solve things yourself, work on the things without having to call tech support. And as much as possible, I will presume, right, 30% of the stuff you will learn from the training. The other 30% of the stuff you can pick it up online, right? So you have 60% of the skill set to be able to go out and do your job without having to contact support, unless you're facing with new product features, some bugs or things like this where you need to get engineering or even tech support to come in to take a look. Okay, any questions on knowledge base article? Good, great. All right. So as I point out to you, there's a portal for third-party integration, right? And this is what LENEL is very good at, right? We have been, opening up our integration capability through a RESTful API, and it is very open to a certain extent. Travelers have gone through a fair bit, without even going through the system. This open access API or this third-party integration within LENEL uses a partnership that we have established over the years, right? So we have about more than 200 certified partners. There are product manufacturers out there who have their own products, right? Like intercom system, HR system, identity management system, video VMS system, and all this other stuff. And they do their integration with us. So what we give them is our API, and they develop the integration to our product, and they submit their development to our engineering for verification. Once we verify, we put their name here, and we put information with regards to what their integration is all about. And if you go into the OAP, it's called Open Access Alliance Program. It has been established for many years. That's why we have many partners. By the way, Gallagher, which you all know, right, used to be our OAP partner when they are only doing a fence detection or fence, parameter fencing system. So they used to be our OAP partner, but because they go into access control now, it becomes harder for them to be our partner in that level, right? So end up it stop at some point. But if you go down there, you can actually search for partners. And if you search for partners, you can type in, let's say milestone. You'll find some milestone integration or milestone partnership here, and you can look for milestone X Protect, and that talks about X Protect for video, where you can have milestone video integrate with OnGuard, and what are the licenses is needed for that, right? And if you go a bit more, if you go into the, I type in milestone again, you'll find milestone X Protect access, right? And that tells you about what integration it does with OnGuard using X Protect, getting the cardholder information, putting all the cardholder information and putting it across to the video management solution, right? And what licenses is needed. So you can find a few products here, like Lindsay and James, when you guys are working on the customer side, right? You may have a small system, but you may have other system being used on site, like intercom or stuff like this, and you may be able to find some of the intercom system that may have an integration available with us. One good thing about this integration is this is between the manufacturer and manufacturer, which means that JAX developed the integration, LENEL certified the integration, and then pass it back to them. They can sell the integration to you. We only sell you the license for their integration to work. And once that is done, right, the integration should work seamlessly without having to, call us for tech support or call JAX for tech support. What happens is that we ensure when we go through the certification program, we want JAX to make sure that they provide all the documentation on how to set up, how to verify that it's working, how to get it connected. So we do all those things in their end. Okay, Travis, you have a question?
You guys have a massive integration with Genetec, don't you?
Yes.
Or is that different?
No, they have. We have integration with Genetec Security Center. Genetec is Genesis. I don't think it's Genetec. It's part of Siemens maybe. But because if you look at
they run off Synergis. Synergis is pretty much LENEL, isn't it?
Synergies.
Yeah.
No.
Access control, or is that different?
That's different.
Okay.
But we do have Genetec working with us in terms of their security center. So obviously, when they work with us, they actually pull in the access event and use the access event to push into their video, and they actually use their video events to push into OnGuard as well. So you get both way communication in that level, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't tell the airport.
Well, this is a part where the airport have explored, but they realize that it's not one to one.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, there's a whole heap of history behind the whole thing, right? Which I would
imagine going TCOM to LENEL then to Genetec. I think.
Yeah, that is where things become more complicated. Okay, anyway, so that is the OAP partner, and sometimes you may be coming across with visitor management system. Sometimes you can just search for, just the keywords that you want to search for, and you may be able to find a list of customers using that or manufacturers available on that. All right, any other questions on third-party integration? Right, if not, Last thing on the partner center, right? You know you can access the knowledge base article, but if you want to go into the download, you have to log in. And next is the part where if you are not logged into the partner center, right? You can't access the download portion, which means that you cannot download the software, which means that you cannot install the software and play with the software. That's the reason why I give you the software in the AWS, and you can download that for the purpose of setting up your system so that you can actually run with it next week, starting next week, right? So obviously when you get your certification, you can actually go into the partner center and log in to the partner center. By the way, I created your account for you this morning, which means that if you go in and just type in I forget my password and put in your email address as your reference, you should be able to get a link to reset your password. And once you reset your password, you should be able to log into the partner center.
Is that after we've been certified?
No, even right now you can do that. You can log into the partner center. You cannot download because you're not certified yet, but you should be able to access the e-learning website, because that's where I'm going to point you all to go through some of the online learning materials. Alright, so when you go into the partner center, you can see if you are certified, you can go into the training portal, right? And of course, I'm going to show you what you can see in the e-learning website. And of course, you can get Microsoft bulletins from here as well. Okay. Sometimes, if you are looking for some customer information, right? Travis, if I can, maybe is it okay for me to show Gold Coast Airport?
Yeah, that's cool.
Right. So just to let you know what you can see, right? If you click on the customer link, right, you will be able to go into your customer base. By the way, all the customers that you have registered for your company will actually be listed inside your customer section. So I can see all the Australian customers. But of course, you may be only able to see only your own customer. So Gold Coast, I think I put Gold, or I put GCA, I can't remember.
Probably GCA or something.
Do you know the system ID?
No.
Alright, well, we search for Gold. If not, I will search for GCA in a short while. Okay, no, this is new Gold, GCA. It may be also Princess Airport.
Yeah, maybe
Depending on
QA.
what- Yeah, sometimes depending on what.
Airports.
Yeah, airports. Yeah, Princess Airport, right? And if you look at that, you can click on your customer detail. You can find your customer system ID from here. You can actually look at your customer detail, customer information, and which version of your OnGuard is your customer running on, when is their SARS expired, and when do they need to renew their SARS. So you can get information based on this. Okay, so these are information available when you log on to your partner center and onto your customer portal. Please be mindful, do not click on the renew here. When you renew from here, it goes to US. US will send us the request, then we provide you. By the time it comes back in one loop, it may be 2-3 days later. But if you contact us directly, we will be able to give you a code straight away. Okay, so do reach out to us when you need to renew the support plan. So what I'm pointing out to you is here, it has information available based on what we have in our record, right? And of course, if you need to get a code, you need to get information, always reach out to us. Our local office will be able to provide you the information or assist you with the information. Okay? Alright, so if you go into the training portal, you will be able to find your training, and of course, you will be able to find a list of all the people that is under your training, under your company, right? Normally based on the company that you log into, and in that training record, you can see whether the certification is up to which level of certification have they completed, when I did my last training, last time when someone trained me on LENEL is back in 2015 and 2017, and since then I've been doing trainer role, so automatically you get renewed when I do a training, right? And of course, you can go in and download your certificate if you need to download your certificates, and you will be able to, let's say, get your training records. That is provided when you completed your exam. Okay? If you have not completed exam, you won't be able to download all this information, right? So to complete your exam, right, you will go into the e-learning. So in the training portal, you can click on this e-learning. It will bring you to this e-learning website. Two things I would like you all to do not right now, this week, right, when you got time. Especially when you, let's say, not so much for James or Harry, not so much for Jeremy and Harry, right? Because you guys are in Korea, you guys start at night, but it's still the same. You are quite close to our time zone. So if you are early in the morning, early starter, you prefer to do a bit of online session, you can go in and search for access. Right? You will find 2 online modules which is available for you. One is the access control hardware, the other one is the introduction to access control. These 2 is available for you, and you can actually enroll and start your own self-paced learning. You can do it anytime from today onwards, right? All the way until one day when you decide to stop doing LENEL or decide to stop the account with LENEL, then you don't need to access it anymore. So it will always be available for you, right? And we will update when we have new hardware on this site, so you will actually be able to get yourself familiar with those new hardware as well. Okay, just to give you a brief idea what it does, you will click on start, it brings you to the e-learning content, and if I click on resume, right, it will load up, and it's online, right? It's on the web portal, so anytime you are done with it, you can always stop, or you can lock out or close that window. Okay, and when you go into the content provided, depending on your speed of your internet, then so let me resume. It brings me to my hardware content, and if I start, hopefully start. I haven't tried this on this new PC yet. Look like it's not going to start.
I've just accessed the training portal.
Yeah.
Should it say that we're enrolled in anything yet?
Sorry?
Should it say that we're enrolled in any courses yet?
Not yet. You mean you access the learning portal, right? You have to search for that.
Yeah.
You type in access, and you'll find these 2 available. You can just enroll them.
Okay.
You'll find
I see the 3 on the side.
There's 3. Those 3 are
resources.
all those 3 are accessible for you. You can just click and enroll, and you can access it like what I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not going to continue with that, and I'm going to go back to my e-learning, back to all my courses. By the way, right, when you access all this content, on Friday, when I trigger the exam, you will get an exam notification. Your exam notification will show up over here, and you have 30 days to complete exam. So you click on that to start. You can pause the exam, you can bookmark the questions, and of course you can log out and come back in to continue your exam. You have up to 30 days, no time limit, just 30 days as your limit.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And of course, it's open book, open online, open internet, except open for answers. No one is going to give you answers straight away, right? If you're having trouble with the exam, right, feel free to take note or take a snapshot of your questions, right? And then you can send me an email saying, Ken, I need a bit of explanation on some of these questions. Trust me, I'm not going to give you an answer, right? At the most, I will tell you where you can find the answer, right? It can be a very generic location, or it can be a specific, but I'm not going to tell you where the answer is, right? But of course, these questions are derived from US or Europe, so sometimes the question may be a bit tricky on the way how they phrase the question. Alright. Okay.
RTFM.
Not so much of that. Right? The training guide will be the main one, right? The training guide, and sometimes online, sometimes a bit of your search capability, and you should be able to get all your answer there. And most important things, sometimes in reference to the software itself, so you have to open up the software. So if you're doing it, let's say next week, you don't have a VRP available, then that's where you depend on your software. Okay? Alright, let me go to the last part on the partner center. When you go into the partner center, the most important thing, once you are certified, you should be able to download your software from here. Right? You can download the latest version of your software. You can find the compatibility chart from here as well. And when you look at your compatibility chart, always, if you ask me, my view is that always come to the website and pick up the latest one, because sometimes they have updated the document and they provide more information. If you are not certified at this moment, you can't see anything. Once you are certified, you should be able to find information, and you will be able to download and check the information versus what you need to share with your customer. Alright, so for Lindsay and James, right? You guys work on the customer side. Sometimes you need to know, is the latest version of OnGuard certified on the latest Windows, right? And all these things you can actually find the operating system. It will be shown here, third-party of OnGuard operating system compatibility chart, as well as you will be able to find the database compatibility chart as well. And it will tell you, okay, based on OnGuard 8.1, what is the supported version of OS, what is the supported version of SQL. Alright, so these are information available once you are certified. Okay? Alright, thanks, Lisa. Alright, so any questions on what you can access from the partner center? Okay. If there's no question, I would like to point out to you, right, before I go back to my slide, I want to point out to you on an email that you should have all received at 9:59, just 1 minute before 10 o'clock. Did everyone get this email? Right? So, on this email, it has a web link, right, from VMware, right? We have VMware supporting our online training, our virtual learning platform. So, if you click on this link, it will bring you to the virtual learning platform portal, right? Which I'm going to go there right now, right? And if you bring you to the virtual learning portal, of course, there's another class happening in Singapore right now, but you should be able to find your ANZ 9th of May, right? Which is meant for this class. For me, I need to start the lab. I think for y'all, when you click on the link, you'll go straight into the console. Am I right?
Yeah, I'm
right.
ready.
So I don't need to run the test, otherwise it will take a while, and I'll start the console. By the way, we are in a training class environment, which means that as a trainer, I do have access to your view, right? So as you all launch your console, right, I can see that Lindsay has already launched, and I can have a look on his machine. James is already launched as well, and Trevor's already launched. So Harry and Jeremy, I need you all to connect.
We are on the way to connect.
Okay, good, right? By the way, because we are in a virtual training environment, all the machine, right, on the virtual learning console, right, is actually connected in a simple network where we can all talk to each other. So if there's any situation, I can always connect to you and help you fix your problem. But at the same time, right, if there's any issue, I can go to your console, right, and be able to take your console from here, take over your console and start help you. Okay, if there's any situation. Alright. Apart from that, one more thing about the virtual learning console, right, is that you can see that the network bandwidth is very bad. I think Lindsay is not too bad, James is not too bad, Travels, yours and mine seem to have a bit of not as good.
there.
Yeah. So one thing I do know, right? By the way, you don't need the Zoom on the web unless you want to launch a separate Zoom over there, right? I don't need to worry about the menus and content over here. You can just close them off, and you have this bar here where allow you to resize your screen. Remember, you're on the web page, right? So it adjusts according to how your web page is launched. One thing I like to tell the class to do is to use this maximize, where it will maximize to the whole browser screen. Right? If you want to exit the maximize, just toggle this screen. That's going to full screen, right? Click on the, if you maximize it, it goes to the full screen. If you click on this cross, this red, white X, you actually cancel out of the maximize screen. Okay? So feel free to adjust your layout or adjust the size of the screen so that it actually help you see better in that manner. Okay, couple of things, right? On this, at the top right hand side, you have this exit button. At the end of your training each day, you can click on this exit button to leave the console. Right? Leave, I call it the VRP, leave the virtual learning platform. Once you leave the virtual learning platform, tomorrow, when you rejoin the session, go back to the email that you have received, right? Go back to the email. Don't delete the email away. Go back to the same email that you have received today. Click on the link. It will relaunch your console. It will remember where your console was left off. Because whenever you click on exit, the VMware will help you to save a snapshot of your console and then shut down your console. Right, so make sure you click exit. If you just close the browser, it may not have saved your console. So you may end up missing some of the stuff that you have done, like, a couple of minutes ago or an hour ago or things like this. So always remember, click on the exit so that you can save the console, and then, tomorrow when you come back in again, everything will be back in normal. Alright. There's a few things here. If you get into a situation, I may ask you to power down or power reset. You can always control the button from here. If you ever forget the local administrator, which is logged on to the console as the local administrator, right? If you do not know what is the password is here on the notes section. Okay? So, without further ado, I do like you to do something here, right? Go to the bottom right hand side of that console. You'll find the date and time over here. Right click on the date and time and adjust date and time. Okay, once you click on adjust date and time, you will be able to see the date and time setting. Right, I do want you to change the location. Right, for Jeremy and Harry, right, I will recommend you all to choose, I believe you can choose Korea, which is, you have Seoul over here, is it? I thought I see, Seoul. Right, you can choose Seoul or Pyongyang, which is in Korea, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you can choose your location, right? But bear in mind, for the language, please maintain in English, right? So what I'm doing is I'm going to select Melbourne, right, which is where I am, so that I know that it's synchronized with my local time. And of course, the next thing I want to go to is the regional settings over here. If you all can click on the region setting, the country and region, I want you to change it to your local region. I'll be changing to Australia. Okay? And of course, in the region format, I will choose English Australia. And another info for Harry and Jeremy, right? If you guys don't want to choose Korea, you can choose US or whichever time zone or location if you want to maintain, right?
Yes.
Last but not least,
아니, 이거
go to the language section.
코리아.
Right, over here in the language section, by default it's set to English US. Make sure you select an English region, right? Don't select Korean, because I'm not going to be able to support you because I can't read Korean language. So if you choose Korean language, I may not be able to help you resolve or fix your issue. Right, so make sure you choose the English region, either English US or English Asian countries, right? So once you choose the English language, right, they will ask you to sign up. Say yes, you want to sign up. And once you sign up, you will go out of the main login screen, right? You can sign back in, but I'm going to restart the VM. It's always an important exercise to restart your VM when you first launch your VM, because the date and time is on a different time zone. You want to make sure that you set everything to the correct time zone that you want, and then restart the VM, right? So in case if you try to log in, you know that you can use the password here, and you can actually copy and send this password to the screen here, right? And that's an easy way for you to get in the password. But if not, I want everyone to click on the power button and restart the VLP or the virtual console. Okay, and when you restart, the VM will come back up, log into your console by itself. Alright, how is everybody following? Is my pace going okay? Good, right? So at this moment, right, I will encourage you all to maybe let's take a break, right? And let's be back here by around 11:20. That's 11:20 my time, which I think is the same as Travers and Lindsay and James, right? For Jeremy and Harry, we will come back here at 10:20 your time.
Okay.
Oh, good.
난 이게 이걸로 해요. 헷갈려. 그러니까. 내가 한번 들어? 내 거예요.
헷갈려?
네. 계속 왜 이렇게 이게 사라지냐?
없어 사라지는 게 아니고 지금 그게 다 나오네. 지금 입이 여기 있잖아. 내가 일을 제가 있잖아. 그 일을 어떤 하나겠지?
그렇죠.
이렇게
네.
하면 박수가 가겠지? 여기 있으니까 마우스 있어.
이게 뭐야?
이제 이쪽으로 하면 마우스 이쪽으로 오고
이쪽으로.
20분에?
15분 뒤요.
15분 뒤? 10시 15분.
현재 먹고.
Okay, has everybody come back? I can see Harry, Lindsay, James, thanks for the thumbs up. And yeah, Jeremy is back. And
That was my bag too.
No,
재민이 이름도 잘 지은 것 같아.
That was okay. While we wait for travels, just want to check. Have you all restarted your VM, or as in restarted the console, and everybody able to log into your console? Good, right? So when you are able to log into your console, you know, just a bit of admin on your console, right? If you click on your console, you can right click and say new, open up a new text document, right? And what I want you to put on the new text document, right, is the name of your server, of your console, right? So if you go to your Windows Start button, right click and click on System. You should be able to find the name of your computer name or on your VLP console, right? So what I want you to do is just right click and copy the device name. Once you copy the device name, you can go ahead and paste the device name over here. Right, be very careful with the Control C and Control P. It's not going to be that straightforward. Okay, sometimes it doesn't register. Okay, so that is in the settings here where you can actually change the console setting to allow you to actually transfer the copy data across, right? But it's all up to you guys how you want to manage it. But if you want to send control alternate delete command, you can actually utilize this. What I like to do more is I always like to right click to copy and then right click to paste, which will be much more easier. I know I'm dealing with the console. Okay, so once you have done that, right, double click on it to open up your Notepad++, right? I put down here the computer name, right? And of course you can paste it because you have copied earlier, right? And if you want to make the screen even bigger or the wordings a bit bigger, you can press. I think you press Control and you do the mouse scroll, right? It will expand the font size, right? So it become bigger. And I like to put it this corner here. Okay, more for me to reference it whenever I need to reference it. Okay. Together with this Notepad++, you will notice that there's a core image text, which is over here, right? And if you look at the core image text, right? If I expand this a bit more first, right? It tells you that where is your licensing server, right? Where is the OnGuard licensing server, right? And the server name is BLRBLIC2. Okay, so if you can copy this and put it onto your Notepad. I'll say license server and I will paste it with that BRBIC2, right? Later I'll explain to you what this license server means. Okay? And we have a few things that we need to take note. We know there's an operating system which has a username, and the username is administrator. Right, and the password is password, which you automatically type over here. Okay. At some point today, we will be installing SQL. Right, we will have a username for SQL, and at some point today, we will be installing OnGuard. Okay. So later on, I will keep coming back to this Notepad to tell you what password I'm using for the SQL user account, what password I'm using for the OnGuard account. Right, so you guys can also take note of that and put it on the note so that in case somebody forget about the username or password, right, it won't be too hard for you to find. Okay? Right, and remember to save. Okay, We can leave the console for now and go back to the training slides. Slides. Okay. Right. And I showed you how you can go into the knowledge base article to find article information on knowledge base. Likewise, you can log on to the partner center, right? And of course, you can contact us for tech support. Remember your certification ID, right? And the system ID of your customer system. Then we will be able to help you locate your customer information and check your customer whether they are on a valid SaaS or not on the SaaS and stuff like this. Right? And if for any reason you need to contact us, except for Harry and Jeremy, right? You should not be contacting the Australia side for support. You will be contacting, I believe, Ivan or the Taiwan side or North Asia side for support, and they will be assisting you from there. Okay?
So,
but for the
who I get the support so later?
For usual in Taiwan, in North Asia, yeah, with Ivan.
Okay.
Okay, with Ivan or Ben Hart.
Okay.
Okay, and for the rest of you guys here, you will be contacting most likely contacting our local team in Australia. They are in Melbourne office with me for support, and if you need to contact them, these are the number to reach out to them. Okay, and remember you need to provide your certification ID, your customer system ID, and if you have a previous ticket, provide the ticket which is a Zendesk ticket. Okay, and going to the partner center, all these things. Please ignore this exam access page because it's no more valid now, right? And we have a new exam portal, which I'm going to quickly show you. Sorry, before that, let me go to the I think it's on Teams folder. Wait a minute, companies. Thank you. Alright, I will send you some info about that exam portal, but it's quite straightforward. It's on the e-learning website now. It's no more in this LENEL Pro exam, right? You will get this on Friday, which I will maybe ask one of you guys to share your screen so that you can let the guys know what you see on your exam portal. Okay? Right, and passing requirement is different, right? Still 30 days, right? But the passing requirement is 70% up to a maximum of 3 we try. So it's no more 80% on the next. You have up to 3 times to pass your exam. No one has ever need more than 3. Have to go on a holiday or they are on a break, and then when they come back from the break, they realize that they only have exam, which may not give them enough time. So a lot of times because of that, we may have to extend their exam a bit longer so that they can actually complete the exam on time. And anything is with the partner center or the website. Don't any otherwise you can reach out to your local contacts. Alright, and remember, once you are trained on LENEL, you are on the latest version of OnGuard, which means that you can always fall back to any earlier version. But in order for you to be re-engaged on the latest version of LENEL, right, or OnGuard, you must get your e-learning updated, which is always available when a new version comes out. Okay, so I mentioned about the online topic, which if you search for access, you will be able to find these two topics, which you can do it at your own time, own target, right? The only thing that you may want to be mindful of is that because I have this available online, I will not be touching a lot on the hardware, which means that I won't be going through all the hardware details. However, that doesn't stop you from learning the hardware or asking me questions on the hardware, because let me see where's my PDF document. Oh, my VLP, correct. Right. If you go into the document, right, you will be able to find the hardware topics, which is over here. Right, you can actually click on that link and go to those hardware topic and refresh your hardware topic, or just double check what you have learned on the e-learning, whether all these things make sense or not. You can refer to here as well. Okay, it's just that I won't be wasting half a day of the time to go through a topic that's quite dry. But that doesn't stop you guys from asking questions. You guys can always go through the topic, and if you have any questions, feel free to come back to me and ask me, hey Ken, this doesn't make sense, can you explain a bit more on this one? Okay? Alright, so the hardware topic is on this hardware reference section, where we talk about the panel, we talk about the alarm panel, the reader interface, and the peripherals. Okay? Okay, let's go on to the on-guard introduction, right? Just want to have a quick check with everyone. I know Korea is 1 hour earlier, right? Which means that now it's about 10:30. If I break the lunch time at about 12:30 to 12:45, around that time, is that too late for the guys in Australia?
So it's Korean time?
No, Australia time. Around 12:30
No, that's cool.
to 12:45. Okay?
That's cool.
Great, thanks James, thanks Trevor, right? So we will be taking a break around that time, right? Anyway. So with regards to the system architecture, right? Remember when we talk about SMS, it's not short message service, right? It's security management system over here, right? And in OnGuard, because when we work with a lot of enterprise customers, our focus is really on the software, right? The hardware is from Mercury, where we OEM the hardware from, and then I think Lindsay and James, you guys have ProWatch in Honeywell, right? And ProWatch uses the same hardware. Not too sure whether they use the Mercury firmware or they have their own embedded firmware. But LENEL, because we are the biggest reseller for Mercury hardware, we actually OEM with our firmware as well. So you do note that the board comes with a LNL in the front, even though it may look like the standard Mercury box. Okay. And of course, when you look at those, architecture, in any access control system, you normally have a database which contains all your configuration. And then you have your services, which is responsible to communicate with the software application or with the hardware. Okay? These are very standard. So for some of you who are working on this, Travers, you may be seeing this for the first time, but it's very common in any other access control. They normally have a software, and the software contains the database. Sometimes the hardware is a bit more powerful, like even T-Coms and some of the other competitor products, where their hardware stores the information and stores the database, and your software can ask the hardware to pull the information back. Okay, for OnGuard, the software is the king, right? It contains all the information and it pushes the information to the hardware. You cannot pull the information back. The hardware will send all the event and information when there's a batch activity and all these things. It will send back to the database for record purposes. But on the software, we always get pushed down the database configuration to the hardware.
Does that mean you have more ability for higher amounts of users and
yes,
groups and stuff without having to expand your memory?
Yes, you are 100% correct on that. Right, so I normally, if I want to compete with Challenger, I say, right, my hardware can hold X number of users. Can the hardware do that? Well, of course, they have a lot of memory being used for other purposes as well. Right, but of course, the newer boards have a lot more memory. You can do a lot more things from there. Okay. So I talk about that. We don't need to go through that in particular. One thing on the OnGuard version, right? You guys are trained on 8.1. You will see in the market there's 8.0, there's also 7.6. But there is a lot of other older version of OnGuard in the market as well, right? So if you go into the partner center and if I go in and try to drop down, you can see that there's OnGuard 6.0, 6.1, and there's even OnGuard 5 point something. Of course, during that time, I don't think we have used our web page a lot, right? So 5 point something is no longer available, no longer supported. No way. If you ask me, I have installed only one time, back in 2005 or 2004, when we want to talk about how to convert those 5 point something to 7 point something, right? But this is how far back OnGuard has gone up to, and we do have customer. I think Lindsay and James may agree with me, right? Some of the customers have not upgraded, not because that they don't want to upgrade, they may not be aware at this moment, right? So I mean, over the years we have been trying to push or tell the customer or update the customer, but now with people like you guys on board, you'll be a lot more faster to reach out to the customer, and they'll know that, oh, I have the latest version, or I want to get the latest version because I want to use the latest feature. So yeah, it's gone a long way, but it's good to be able to catch up. Okay.
Is there a step-up process with upgrading?
Yes, we will talk about that when we're going to upgrade. But yes, there is a step-up process, right? Sorry, I will say no. And if you are on 5 point something, you do have to step to 6 point something before you can go to any of the latest version. But if you are anywhere from 6 point something all the way, you can decide to jump from 6 point something all the way up to 8.1 if you want to. Okay?
So just from 5 to 6.
Just from 5, right? Because remember, when you're running on version 5, you're not using SQL database. During those time, Microsoft SQL hasn't come to the market yet. It's using Microsoft MSDE or something like this. Right? And maybe Lindsay will know, right? During our time, we use Microsoft Access or MSDE, Microsoft Desktop NG. Yeah, I still remember those days. Right? And of course, during those time, you have to convert the database, you have to do a fair bit of stuff. But be very mindful, in OnGuard 8.0 and 8.1, we start to introduce database encryption key. When we have database encryption key, it does create an encryption on your password. So I'm not surprised at some point they may recommend, if they can't resolve the some of the upgrade, where some of the upgrade may break because the 8.1 cannot recognize the password because the key is different, right? We have to step to 8.0 before you go to 8.1. But I hope they can resolve it in the upgrade script so you can do a one-time. Anyone who have tried to upgrade from here to here, you can do a one-time upgrade, but if it doesn't work, we always recommend them to upgrade to 8.0 first before you go to 8.1. Okay? And you can use your training license, you can use your install pack to actually just do the upgrade. It's quite straightforward. It's not too hard. Okay? And with regards to the version, remember, wherever we right, it has a 3 years validity, which means that from the day we release, it has 3 years before it stops support. When I say we stop support, does it mean that you cannot call us for support anymore? Harry, what do I say?
So support means like what exactly means?
Yeah. Okay, when I say support end, is referring to the engineering support.
Okay.
Which means that my engineer in the development side, they won't be able to test your version anymore. But technical support is still supported for as long as you are using any of the version that we read, even 6 point something. So if anyone is still using 6 point something, we still support. But we say we support to our best effort. Which means that if we cannot resolve because it's an OS or Microsoft patch issue, you have to upgrade to the latest version because we need to get engineering involved.
Okay.
Okay? And yeah, if anyone is still using 6 point something, they must be running on Windows, maybe Windows 90 or Windows 2000. They say, you know, maybe during those times the customer is still using an older version of Windows, right? So you know that kind of stress. Sometimes it's not the application, it could be the operating system, right? So it could be quite stressful, right? Okay, good. And if you talk about the on-card packages, right? The software packages will come in 3 key packages, right? The 3 key packages are 32ES, ADB, or Pro. An easy way to identify these 3 packages is by the number of the readers. A 32ES will expand up to 64. ADB can start from 64 and expand up to 256. And last but not least is your Pro, which can start from 128 and expand all the way up to unlimited. Okay. You may ask me, does it come unlimited? The answer is no. You have to buy you have unlimited in system size, right? But you have to buy reader licenses to upgrade to the next reader's pack. So it comes in a pack of 64 reader upgrade. Okay. And of course, if you see a SWS in the front, it's meant for server. So if you see SWS 32ES, it's a server for a 32ES system. If you see SWC, it's for client. Okay? And of course, if you have an I and a back, it means that it allows you to do ID management, which means that you can do photo ID printing, badge design, different type of badge, and all these things with regards to the I. A lot of times the customer buy the one without the I, and then they go and buy the IDES or IDA to add on the ID management capability. Okay? It may be cheaper in that sense. Okay. Any questions on the package?
I've got one question here. If you get like a 32ES package with less readers, in the future, if you want to upgrade, is it just a simple license change, or is it a kind of an upgrade you have to do?
Some system you have to do a whole database upgrade or database, upgrade and then migrate database and audit. For LENEL, everything is license-based control. So which means that if you are upgrading from 32ES to ADB, you just need to be updating the license file, and that's it. Your system is ready for ADB.
Okay.
So it's just a one-time deal. Go in and then do a license file update. Of course, you need to buy the upgrade package, and once you buy the upgrade, we give you the revised license that is already an ADB license, right? And then you just apply the license on that server, it becomes an ADB system now.
Okay, makes sense.
The ID is the same as well. So if you go from 32ES all the way up to Pro, the ID could be the same all the way through. It's just upgrading and replace the existing ID. Okay?
Yep.
Good question. Thanks, James.
Does that include the ID management?
Yes. If any other licenses that you add onto the software, we just update the count or update the license parameter, and then you get the same file. The ID for the system ID is always the same. Alright, thanks, Travis. Right. Okay, now for me to ask my question. If I'm an end user, right, and I have a factory, and my factory requires 190 readers, can you all tell me what system do you propose?
For the ADV?
Okay, Travis go for ADB. Any other suggestion or anyone? Everyone will suggest ADV.
Well, it depends. Are they doing like reader on each side?
Yeah,
are you saying that there's 100 and something readers?
Yeah, just 190 readers total.
I was
Right.
ADV.
You go for ADV. So you guys are very genuine, technical and
Yeah,
product
I would not
specialists,
upsell.
right? Because you all
Yeah.
won't sell too much, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you will have people proposing a pro system, which is still correct because 190 can be inside this range, can also be inside this range as well. But like what James asked earlier, right? You can always upgrade from ADV to Pro by just buying the upgrade package, and you can get upgrade. You don't have to be converting database. So in theory, there's no difference if you propose an ADV or Pro in that sense. Of course, because you propose a Pro, you may be paying the upfront Pro system package. So it could be maybe $1,000 more upfront versus you pay $1,000 a bit later when you upgrade from ADV to Pro. Does that make sense? So like I said, it's a sales angle, right? Sometimes the sales want to make the profit first, and then we deal with the rest later. But for a tech or for a specialist, right, product specialist, most of the time you just give what the customer wants. But I also like the question that Trevor asked. The word depends, right? It sometimes maybe also allow you to trigger the question with the customer. Hey, Mr. Customer, do you intend to expand your site in the next 2-3 years? If you say, my answer is yes, right? I may expand more factory, right? Then yes, why not go for a Pro system first? So you have your investment right at the start. Or if let's say you said, oh, not too sure yet, depend on how the business goes, right? You can upgrade that later. Okay. All right. Any questions? Good. Right. With regards to architecture here, if you look at it, we have our software talking to the hardware talking to the alarm panels or the reader modules. To me, anything that talks from the panel to the downstream device, we call them the downstream communication. Anything that talks from the panel to the software, we call them the upstream communication. Okay, so be very careful. And in fact, when you look at the architecture a bit more, they will explain what is upstream, what is downstream. And it may come out in your exam and stuff, right? By the way, my home server may not be on the server itself. It may be on a separate machine sitting and is responsible for only the communication server alone. So the COM server can be a separate machine doing the communication with the controller. Okay, you can imagine if I have one server talking to 10,000 panels across the whole world. Is your server going to be super busy? Each one of the controller is one IP address, right? You can tell the IT, right, Mr. IT, I'm going to get 10,000 IP address all talking to the server. The IT will tell you, please don't, right? You will crash my server network, right? Can you distribute your COM server or distribute your COM? And that's how we distribute using our COM server. By the way, you can have as many COM server as you want. It doesn't cost you any license at all. You just need a machine to run the COM server. Okay? Alright. And with regards to reader interface, when you deal with any access control readers, you have readers, you have logs, you have push button and all this other stuff which is available here. Right? When you deal with alarm panel, you have input outputs on the alarm panel. By the way, some of this terminology may be a bit new to you because when we deal with access control, we deal with all this hardware. Right? But you can find this inside the 2 online modules, like the introduction to access control as well as the hardware online topic. We will cover a lot better than my quick summary. Okay?
No, I'm pretty understand. It's all good.
Okay, good, great. Alright, so I won't go through all this architecture. When we go through the hardware programming a bit more tomorrow, we will go through all these topics as well. Right? But just bear in mind that controller, there's downstream, and there's input modules and all this other stuff. on my training material that I've given to you guys, right? I've included not a training kit, a hardware summary, which contain all the different hardware that you potentially could expose to. And you can go and look at all this information. Hopefully it will benefit you, right? Giving you a rough idea how this architecture works with this hardware. And then if you are dealing with some older boards, like LNL 500, LNL 1000, which maybe Lindsay and James, you all may have to work with some of the older boards out there, right? And if you ever come across them, you know, oh, that's the 500 board, or that's a any of those older boards, they are green in color, right? So to take note of that. All right.
It's like AFX.
Oh, when we say what AFX is it?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
I did a little bit of AFX for Ipswich Council before they upgraded to Gallagher.
Oh, is it? Yeah, AFX used to be a chart panel, right?
Yeah.
And we have that panel, when Chuck is under us, we have that panel changed to what we call an NGP panel.
Okay.
But I think they didn't get a chance to go down that path before they decide to go to Gallagher.
I think they used, from memory, that before they upgraded to Gallagher, they had Lenel as their main access control, and then they used the AFX for their alarms.
Correct.
Before they just put it
because
all one.
We decided to stop the support for that panel, and maybe because of that they also have a change on to Gallagher for that purposes.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Okay. So with regards to the earlier version of controllers, some of the controllers, if you are working on site that is running on older version, right? The older version controllers does not how to say, the older version of software do not support the new version of controllers. That means if you are using any software that is before 7.4, right, they cannot configure or they cannot talk to this new controller. So in order for them to talk to the new controller, you can turn on this switch 4. It will emulate the non-X on this controller, which means that then you can actually configure them as the non-X controller. Okay, but hopefully you don't have to do that, because if you are still using earlier version of 7.4, like 7.3 or 7.2, you are definitely running on a very old version, and it may be best to get the customer to upgrade to a newer version. Right, and yeah, this just to highlight to you, when you turn on the switch 4, restart the panel, it will become the non-X panel. Okay, the terminology in terms of upstream comms, downstream comms is highlighted here, right? Just remember that. And a couple of input, output, all these things mentioned, which I believe you guys can read through it. Okay, just have a quick look to see whether you have any questions. Okay. All right. Then in that case, let me ask a quick question, right? When I talk about auxiliary input output, you all know what I mean by that? What does it mean? It means that you can use it for panic button, you can use it for strobe light, or whichever output that's spec, right? You use it for that, and you can configure them, right? What do I mean by dedicated input and output? And it says specific use only.
Isn't that something like your Rex or the door sets?
Yeah. Okay. So on a slide earlier, you see that I have my Rex, my door contact, my lock, right? These are my dedicated input output on the reader panel, which means that on the reader panel, it has additional wiring that is available for lock, for door contact, and for push button, which is dedicated for that reader. That means if you only have one door contact for an in and out reader, you may think that, oh, can I use the other one for other purposes? The answer will be no, because they are dedicated. Okay? So be mindful about this dedicated, right? They are default location within the panel, right? And I believe if I go to my training kit, maybe covered up by the buttons. Let me see whether I can zoom in and get a clearer picture. Not as good. Yeah, not as good. But maybe we can look at the hardware menu, and that may be much more clearer in that sense. Okay. How do I go to 100%? Alright, anyway. Okay, before we go into SQL Server installation, does anyone has any question on the architecture and overview?
No, from my side.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, Trevor.
I saw you have reader in, reader out. Do they get, is it like a LAN communication on your board, or to like do the same?
We have various types. You can actually go on Regan, which is purely a 6-wire connection straight to the reader port, right? Or you can go on OSDP, which actually go with 4-wire and allow you to multi-drop another reader.
Yep.
That means as long as they stay on the same comms, and then you could have different address on the reader. However, we do not have IP-based reader capability. So we don't talk via IP straight to the reader. We go on RS VoIP, either the OSDP protocol or Wigan-based protocol most of the time. Sometimes if you are dealing with some older technology, they may be using the F2F protocol, which is like RS VoIP by Scott. Just like how the TCOM reader goes on the TCOM LAN bus.
Yeah, I was thinking it's pretty similar to TCOM then.
Yeah, most of the architecture is about the same, right?
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, good. So let's go into the SQL installation, right? To go into the SQL installation, right, there will be a few things that is covered. By the way, all these things that I'm going through later on is also covered in the training slide, which means that we can go through the training slides, it will tell you what to do and how to do from there, right? But of course, I'm not going to go through that. I'm going to go through together with you guys using the BRP, right? So we will do that together on the virtual learning console. Okay, can everyone go to your virtual learning console and open up your virtual learning console from there? Okay, once you have your virtual learning console, the line mic is complaining the network speed is too slow. Maybe it's connecting to the US. You tell me how is my strength now. Alright, if you're facing some latency, right? Just be patient with it. Sometimes it takes a while before you click and then before you respond. Just be patient with it, right? So one thing is that you are going to install SQL, okay? And you ask for a few things in a short while, right? Before we start installing, right? All the training materials, all the training require software or packages is inside the class file over here. If you open up the class files, right, you will see OnGuard 8.1 installation. Okay, when you open up 8.1 installation, you'll find OnGuard 8.1 639, right, version 5 package. You also see an ISO image for the supplement list as well, which I send it to you all via the AWS, right? What I need you all to do is double click on the supplement list 27. Right? We are not going to install OnGuard yet, we're going to just install the SQL server. Okay? When you double click on it, it will ask you whether you want to launch this ISO image. You say yes, it will open up the ISO as a virtual drive. Have everyone open up your ISO image? Right, good, thanks Lindsay and thanks James.
Not yet.
Harry and Jeremy, you okay?
Okay.
From memory reading out, wasn't it?
You can mount, you can double click. So was it okay?
So, yeah, I'm on it now. And then
Have you open? Is it open up on your browser now?
I'm in the thing, I'm just trying to look for that supplement. This.
Oh, okay. If you go back to your class file, right?
Yeah.
You'll find ONGA 8.1 installation.
That, yeah.
Inside the 8.1 installation, you have a supplement disk 27.
Oh, okay.
Double click on that, and that's where you open up your.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, good. So once you are here, right, you can open up the README if you want to, right? But in fact, the prerequisite is inside here under the SQL Server 2019 Express, right? For the benefit of you guys, I will open up README HTML, right? And you can use Chrome or Edge depending on which one you prefer. I open it up using Edge. You can see the supplement material disk contain a few things, right? It contains the some configuration tools. It contains the batch imaging printer drivers or image capturing drivers, video management installation pack, express cluster, and all these other stuff, including the like we're using an I/O license key like the USB license key, right? Then you can get the driver from here. If you click on the Microsoft SQL Server 2019 Express, right, that will bring you to browse to that folder which I pointed to you earlier. Right, if you click on that, it will browse to that folder from a web page angle, right? And if you just click on it, it will launch, and just say keep, right? It will launch the installation pack, right? You click open file, you will open up, and you will try to extract that installation pack from SQL Express. Can I have a quick check? How many of you is installing SQL for the first time?
I think I am.
Alright, it's not that difficult, right? SQL is just a database engine. I think Travis, when you work on the Runtime program, you deal with another SQL, another type of database, right?
Yeah.
Right, SQL is just another one, right? So I presume the rest have a little bit of experience here and there on your SQL. Good. Right. Don't worry, right? I'm not expert anyway, right? But you know, I just share how much I know so that you guys can learn from it as well. Okay, if everyone open up your server installation center for SQL. Yeah. Okay, good. Click on the new server standalone installation. Alright, once that is clicked, you will have the license term open up. Just have to agree with the license term, right? Otherwise you can't proceed. Just accept the license term agreement. You can click on the next button. Alright, because we are on our virtual learning platform is also connected to the internet, right? You can, access the internet for your emails and all these things, even access the internet. I don't think they allow you to watch video, but who knows, right? But if you watch video, I'm able to see if you're watching video, so don't do that, okay? By the way, when you go into the internet, sometimes at the end of the class on Friday, in case you want to back up some of the files, especially your configuration, whatever you done on the VRP, you can always transfer those files into your OneDrive or your Dropbox or whichever. And from my experience, apparently the trainer console is a lot more slower than the trainee's console. Normally I'm the last one, so I have to be faster. Otherwise I will be the last one getting it installed. Let me know if any one of you have finished that section.
Finish.
Oh, you guys are. Yeah, I think it's something to do with the trainers.
Oh wait, no. I'm looking at yours. Well,
Oh, you're looking at mine.
not done yet.
Alright. If you get into the installation rules, I mean, they will just check to see anything that doesn't work or doesn't require, doesn't allow you to continue installation. Sometimes SQL will message or will indicate that, hey, you know, I can't do this until you restart your machine, right? But of course, if you run from a script, they may not pick up this and they will just continue to install, right? And then you do a restart later. But if you sometimes get all these messages, you can actually check. We only get a warning on the firewall, right? Because our firewall is on, or you know, I can't remember whether they have the firewall on or not. But you know, you may get a warning because of firewall, right? You don't need to rerun. You can just click next to proceed. Okay, on this page is where you install the package, right? Because we are using an SQL Express, the package is not the full package, right? If you look at my training slides, it does mention that if you are using a full package, if you are installing a full SQL server, right? You may get a lot more things included, right? But in the training slide, it's clear to you, these are the one that is more critical for us. You can install everything. It may take maybe slightly half an hour more, right? But or you make your SQL a bit more busier. You got additional messages because you've got to configure a few things. But it doesn't stop you from getting your own guy to work on that environment. Okay, but if you ask me what is the minimum, these are the 3 minimum packages that you need. Okay? So over here you don't have to do anything, right? And just do a check to see any prerequisite. Sometimes they may need .NET framework to be enabled and some other stuff, right? And of course, where is the installation folder? If you don't have to do anything, just click next. Or most of the time, you don't need to do anything because it's just a standard package. Alright, when you click on next, it comes to the screen where it asks you the services to be managed by, or you know, what instance you're going to have. The default, because it's SQL Express, they actually give an instance called SQL Express. On my setting guide, right? When you go to the next step, they actually ask you to select default instance so that you can change it to MS SQL. Can anyone tell me what's the difference between an MS SQL server versus SQL Express?
I would say it differs between Microsoft or.
Well, you can give whatever name you want on this. You can even give a name, say LENEL. Right? Protocol A, LENEL with 2. Right? And then it may change to a name like this. Right? All these name instant. I put a name here. You have to browse for your SQL server by the computer name, followed by the instant name. Every time when you connect to the database. If I choose default instant, right? I do not need to put the / MS SQL server anymore. I just need to put the computer name. You will be able to find the SQL database. Because it's a default. Okay? We'll do that when we finish the installation. We'll show you how that looks when you have to do that name instant. Okay? So make sure you select default instant. If you ask me, it doesn't matter. You can run on the default instant, you can run on the name instant, fully up to you. But know what you are doing, right? If you have full control on the database, you choose default instant. Okay, once you've done that, okay, next. Harry, you want to be?
Sorry?
It's okay, I mute for you. Otherwise, got a lot of echo in the back. Okay, On the SQL server configuration, which is the next step, right? It talks about which one is the one that controls the services and handle the services from here, right? We're not going to change anything. You can maintain the default setting, and you can click next to proceed. Okay. This screen, the next screen, this one, I will need you to make sure that you know what you're doing first. Okay, over here, in our application, we need OnGuard database to be running in a mixed mode. Okay, it must be running in a mixed mode. Okay, if your customer ID say no, I cannot allow you to run, you have to produce the manual to tell him that sorry, we do need our OnGuard to be running in a mixed mode. Okay, and when it's in a mixed mode, you do have to put in the SQL server administrator username and their password. Okay, this is the password that I'm going to use, right? The username is SA and the password is what I'm going to do. On the information that I'm sharing with you, I have a VLP hardware config and programming worksheet, right? If you refer to that, it points out to you what I planned for in the configuration. I want, during your SQL installation, I do want the, in a mixed mode, and I want the SA to be using this password. So remember, there's an exclamation mark at the end. There's a hash and an exclamation mark, and the 1 replace the I. Okay, you do not need this double quote, right? This double quote is not needed. So I'm going to manually put in the password on the Notepad++. Okay, I'm going to put SECUR 1 TY hash exclamation mark. Alright, so this is the password that I'm going to use. Everyone see that? Alright, make sure you right click and copy that password. Otherwise, you can manually type in the password if you want to do so, right? And be careful with your copy and paste, right? Because sometimes you copy from your computer, it may not be what is the same word. So if I paste it here, I know that I'm pasting what I've copied over here, right? Don't click next yet because you've got one more thing to do. Okay? Once you are done with this mixed mode and put in the password on the SQL Server Authority, by default, the local administrator is added in by default because I'm running the installation. However, I do want you to add one more group of people, right? And that group is called the administrators. Okay, with a S at the end. If you do a check name, you'll find the computer name with an administrator with an S. It's a group of people. Anyone tell me, why do I want to add this group of people?
It's like if you group any local users or domain users, I guess, into the administrator's group.
Yeah.
Then they can have access
to SQL. Yes,
yeah.
Good. Thanks, Travers, right? That is exactly what I'm doing here. Remember, the IT may not allow you to use administrator account. The IT may be using their login account to do the installation. And imagine if they only put their name here, only they can access the database. What happened if the IT manager left the company? His account is going to be locked up and no one else can access the database because you didn't add in the group of people. If you add in the group of people, you just need to assign the new person to that group. He will then be able to access the database. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you have done that, you go ahead and click next to proceed with the installation. Alright, questions on the SQL installation? Looks straightforward, right? Remember, I'm not going to make your Microsoft SQL expert, right? I'm just going to give you all enough information for you all to be dangerous enough, or for you all to be able to talk to the IT department in the same language and make sure that they respect you guys, right? And because you want to convince them on some level, you know, sometimes you have to tell them what you want, what is your expectation, things like this. Okay. While the SQL is installing, in fact, we are quite good in our timing. I want to point out to you on this PDF document, right? I will be referencing the PDF document quite a fair bit, especially when we go in to set up the rest of the stuff. I'll be referencing this, PRP hardware and commissioning worksheet, right? So it will, in a way, if you can open up, have that available on the other screen, so that when you configure, you can always refer to this, because that's what we need to use to configure. And also one more thing about this PRP, right? On this virtual learning platform, we do not have access to a physical hardware, right? So which means that you are going to work on software only on the VRP. However, to make the training much more interactive, I will set up my hardware at the back of my room, right, with my laptop working at the hardware, so that I can show you what I'm doing with the hardware, what I'm pressing, what button I'm pressing, what am I touching on the hardware, so you understand what am I doing behind. Okay? And I'll get some activity from there so that it gives you a much better realistic perspective. Alright, any questions? If not, if I go back to my training slides, right, this is all about SQL, all those stuff that we've gone through earlier, right? And it highlights to you which button to use, and put in the password, and then make sure that you add the administrator group, right? Because otherwise it will be the IT manager's name here, and he's the only one who has access to your SQL. And of course, if you forget, don't worry, you can always add it back in later. Right? That's if you forget, right? So remember to add in the group, and once you start the installation, you will finish the installation, and by then everything should be good. But if anyone is asking what your SQL is using, especially the IT ask, you can tell them this is using port 1433. Quite standard among all SQL ports. Okay? We don't have to install management skill. Anyone has a question?
I just had a quick question, Ken.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why it has to be in mixed mode for it to work?
Okay. Yes, there is a reason, because apart from the SA, which is very common, we also create a user called LENEL. And the user is what the application will be using to access the database.
Right.
But if there's a reason why the IT doesn't want that to be happening, that means they do not want any mixed mode, they do not want a local account for SQL, right? In the manual, there's a whole chapter talking about how they need to navigate away from that, and how they can use the domain user account to manage that. But I will encourage them to have a look on that to understand before they can change the mode to other modes. I know in some IT perspective, they may stress that they do not want to use the mixed mode because they may not want to use a local account. Okay? Another important thing is that we also have a hardening guide. If you go to the material that I provided, in the training material, I have a hardening guide. The hardening guide will also explain what are the requirements in our database connectivity, and if they don't want to use the local user account or local account, they have to follow the hardening guide to see how they can harden the system. And the IT will be able to read it and understand what is the need and how they can maneuver from there. Okay, it's quite a complete hardening guide, and in fact, Travelers for Info, we have provided this to the IT in Gold Coast Airport. And also in our manual, we also cover support. So if anyone have to go into the manual and look for maybe one of the guide, which is the advanced installation guide, right? It actually talks about tables of content. It talks about the port that is used by OnGuard, and you can go in and search for all the ports that is used by OnGuard. Okay, so all this information are available either on the manual or on the application or training guide or the additional documentation. Okay, thanks James for your question, right? And of course, once you've done through that, we should be. Do you have missed out something? Which mode? No. Good. Okay, I think that's why I stop here. Management Studio. Don't ask me why, but Microsoft decided to split their Management Studio versus their SQL installation. But if you download the latest advanced installation, it may include the Management Studio together. Right? So what happens is that if you want the latest, you can always go to the Microsoft website to get the latest Management Studio. Otherwise, on our VLP, you do not need to install the Management Studio, right? Because it does take a while, and the image is already loaded with Management Studio. So later on, after we finish the installation, we can just launch the Management Studio to see how that database looks like. Okay? But the installation is just straightforward, next, and that's it. Okay? So let me have a quick look to see whether we have completed the installation. Has everyone finished your installation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good, right? So once it's finished, you can click close. And of course, you can close the installation center as well. And I can go ahead and close my browser. I don't need the browser to be open up. And yeah, I can close this one as well, right? Okay, so obviously I know I have my SA, I have my password, and I just going to copy this password again, just make sure I got the right password, right? And you can launch your Management Studio here, which is on the desktop. If you double click on it, you will launch the Management Studio, and you should be able to log in using SA and that password, right? Which I'm going to, before we log in, we have to point to the server. Okay, let's wait a while. Harry, Korea weather must be very nice right now, right? It's going to summer.
Yes, but it's very hot.
Oh, very hot.
Yeah, summer season.
Okay. Yeah, I remember it's, oh yeah, talking about that, if I go to Singapore, it's going to be warm in Singapore. Yeah, so, yeah, but here it's super cold, right? My coffee, within an hour, it become like, now it's like cold coffee. Alright, so once you have your Management Studio launched, right, you can see that the server name is blank. If you drop down from the server name, you can browse for your local server, right, and you find the database engine. If you click on the plus sign, you will find VNW 44-101, which is your own server. Alright, if you click OK on that, you will find your server name listed over here. Remember, we have an instant name, right? If I quickly go into the service just to show you, right? The SQL is here, right? With the instant name, MS SQL, remember? So using this name, right? And you want to browse for database, you don't need the name, you don't need to put MS SQL server. Because Microsoft automatically knows if you are going by the computer name, you are referring to this one as well. Okay?
Is that why we put default?
That's why we use default. If you are using any other name, like SQL Express, like what we seen earlier, then you have to put the full name to find your database. Okay? If I put LENEL S2, then you have to put LENEL S2 at the back. So remember, if you are looking for the server, right, and if you have used default instance, you just use your computer name, you'll be able to find that instance. Okay? And with any other competitor product, they normally put their product name like, you know, Integrity, Gallagher, or Tcom, they may have some other name over there as well. Alright, on the authentication, we can go by Windows authentication because we know that Windows will easily lock it, right? But let's use our SQL Server authentication. And what is the server username?
SA.
SA. And what is the password? If you have copied the password, you can right click and paste the password, and that will allow you to log into your management student. Okay. This is how you know your SQL installation is done and is completed, and you know that it's working. We haven't configured, we haven't set up the database yet. We won't be coming to this page maybe until we start to do backup and all those other things, which we will talk about it maybe on Friday. Okay, so we won't need to worry so much. If you are able to access, you know that it's working, right? And you can go ahead and close this window if you want to. All right. Any questions from anyone? Okay. Yeah, Travis.
Remember with the airport how
Yeah.
we were accessing the Lenel in all capitals? Was that a separate database?
You mean when they access the database, they put the slash and then put the now as the.
Yeah.
Are you talking about ODBC or are you talking about database? I don't think they are using now instant. They are using a program called ODBC.
Yeah.
Right? And inside the ODBC, there's a now over here.
Yeah.
We haven't go to there yet when we install.
Okay, so that comes later.
Yeah, that comes a bit later. Okay. All good. Any other questions from anyone? If not, I think now it's 12. Coming to 30 past the hour. Right, we will take our lunch break, and we will be back 15 past the hour. So it will be 1:15 our time in Australia, and it will be 12:15 for Harry and Jeremy.
So means like 15 minutes later, right?
No. Is your time 11:30 now?
Yes.
Okay, we will come back to the class at 12:15.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Alright. Hey, thanks everyone, and enjoy your lunch.
여기 15분까지 밥 먹고 와야 돼. 밥 먹고 자.
방송전께 그 온갖 들어가는 거지?
아니 SQL.
SQL 들어간 거야? 방송전에 접속이 안 됐나?
SQL 깔아놓은 거.
세트. 그냥 기본.
이렇게 일어나네. 뭐야 이걸 16짜리 왜 이거? 여기다 설치해놨구나. 이거 사진 좀 찍어주세요. 이거 호주에 보내. 호주에 만들어주세요. 그리고 뒤에 거 이거 스위치 있는지 없는지 인사이드 스위치 있는지 이거 그러니까 우리가 그 데이터 시트가 좀 표현이 정확히 안 돼 있어서 이걸 요청을 했거든요. 이거 네. 이거 사진 찍어주세요. 뒤에 오너진 스위치 있고 안에 찍고 이쪽 찍고 네. 딱 걔네한테 보낼 거예요. 지금 호주한테 메일로 보낼 거거든요. 사진 찍어서 저한테 주시면 돼요. 카카오톡을 주세요. 보드는 없죠 거기? 네, 보드 없이. 예.
Travel, Harry's back. Lindsay and James. Jeremy. Jeremy. Okay, I can see Jeremy is back too. Okay. James is back. Lindsay is back. Okay, good. Everyone is back. How's your lunch? Good?
It's so
Yeah.
Too tight.
Oh, too tight. Okay. Oh, Harry, do you have to go out to get lunch or you have lunch in the office?
Get up lunch outside.
Oh, go out to get lunch. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So, but normally, how long do you need for your lunch?
1 hour.
1 hour.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see how things go. If we can speed up, or if you are a bit late, what we can do is that we can, we can work in such a way that 45 minutes for majority of the lunch, and then maybe if you are coming back a bit later, we will start first. We will have some Q&A kind of questions. So we will give you some time to catch up and act on lunch. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Great. Okay. So everyone, based on what we have gone through, we have already installed the SQL, right? We'll go through a bit more on SQL later, but next thing we are going to touch on is OnGuard databases, right? Just to understand how the OnGuard handle the database, but I'm not expecting you guys to configure the database, right? Because we will let the application installation package to actually set up the database for you, okay? So, to give you a brief idea, OnGuard consists on a SQL database, which is a Microsoft product. OnGuard can also sit on Oracle database, and both Microsoft and Oracle are one of the big customer of OnGuard. So, some of you may know Microsoft uses OnGuard throughout the whole world, right? And Oracle, who is a competitor of Microsoft, also use OnGuard around the world. So, these are two big players on database, and then that's why we have two database entry that talks to either SQL or Oracle database. All right, and if you look at the server, or database requirement for data operating system requirement for databases, especially for SQL, right? You'll notice the Windows Server environment requirement, and some of the database users or require. I think the newer version of SQL is a bit more flexible, where you can install the Express version or the standard version, doesn't matter. But for older version of SQL, if it's Express, you cannot install on the server environment. Okay, so these are just additional info. You can find more from Microsoft website. And with regards to the SQL, most of the time we have two types of licenses for SQL. One is by the connection license or concurrent connection license, or it could be by the by the core of the server. So depending on how many cores on the server, then you purchase the SQL Server license based on that. Okay. So do take note, right? If you are using different version of SQL, right, the license count may be a bit different. The SQL Server Express is free, right? You can download from Microsoft. The full server license need purchase on the server licenses, and based on the type of license seat that you're talking about. Here is some brief notes on SQL Express limitation, right? Most of the system that uses Windows, especially when they deal with database, if it's small database, they can use Express version for all they can, right? In the OnGuard package, we have 32 ES, we have ADB or Pro. When do you think you need a full SQL server? Does anyone has a guide or any example? I can say I can even install a professional system on the SQL Express if the number of user or information data doesn't exceed my limitation on the SQL Express. Okay, but if I'm going to install a pro system which consists of 100 over doors or 200 over doors, that's very likely that they are going to have third-party integration. There's also a very likelihood that they are going to have multiple clients monitoring the system. And because of these two likelihoods, you may not be able to use the express version because one of them is going to take out a lot of database size, the other one is going to take out a lot of connectivity. So my view is anything that if I go for ADV and above, I will look at whether is there a need to propose a SQL Server full license, right, for the customer to handle. And of course, with the management studio that you can use, normally we go in there to either back up the database, to check the database, or perform anything related to the database stuff. Okay. Coming to operating system, one good thing is that because Microsoft is using LENEL, LENEL is always keeping up to date with the latest Microsoft release. So any new version of Microsoft that is released to the market, within about 6 months to a year, I can guarantee you LENEL has to be compliant or to be certified on that version. Okay, so that is one thing that we can give you assurance. But that will also mean that if Microsoft decides to stop the support on any of the Windows version, LENEL will stop the support as well on the next version. Okay, when our release, we'll say that okay, this version doesn't support this Windows anymore because Microsoft stopped the support on that Windows version. Okay, right, and there's other components like DirectX or Net Framework, all these other various stuff, which you normally do your installation on your own machine. They will detect and they will tell you that you need to have all these prerequisites. The good thing is that the majority of these prerequisites is in the installation pack. If some of the prerequisites is not available, then you may need to go and look for the supplement material list to find that information so that you can actually, or you can find a package so that you can actually install the package on your machine. Okay? Alright. Let's go on to the OnGuard installation. Like what we did earlier, right? I'm going to do the same thing on how to install OnGuard. And of course, guiding you where to find information. However, remember, when you are certified, not now, but in the future, let's say a month or 2 months later when you work on your first project, do take note that always check the downloads to see whether you have a latest version of OnGuard and try to get the latest version of OnGuard. Mainly because the world of cybersecurity is always there. The focus on cybersecurity is always in the mind of the customer. So we always have vulnerability check and vulnerability update, which may require us to update the ISO installation package. Okay, so do take note of that as well. Okay, and of course your license file. You will get your license file from me. But of course, if you buy a software for your customer, you will definitely get the license file for your customer as well. Okay. How many of you have ever used the USB dongle? Maybe Lindsay and James, you may have seen some of the old system that is still using the USB dongle, right? During my time, we have not the USB dongle, but we are using the paraport. I'm not too sure how many of you have seen that before, but plug in the paraport to be the sentinel key, and then you plug your printer after the paraport.
I think I've seen the license on a dongle for, what was it, Concept?
Oh, yeah. Concept. Do they license based on the USB dongle or a paraport?
It was on a USB dongle.
Yeah.
And they tried to put the license on a new server, but the dongle was MAC address locked.
Yeah. There's a couple of things that ties to the dongle, right? USB dongle, they normally have a file, they normally have an encryption key on it that controls the dongle's parameter, right? But over the years, things have changed. People are moving away from hardware key to software key, right? And the software key tied to your machine parameter as well. So just take note of that, right? We will talk about licensing more tomorrow when I give you the license, and we will talk about how to activate those licenses. Okay, the minimum hardware specs or machine specs, nowhere in the market you will find any device that doesn't meet the specs. Because this memory spec is not too hard to find. In fact, you buy a simple laptop, it will meet the specs already, straight away. Right? So it's not very resource dependent. However, if you are using digital video or you're using any video solution, you do need a better graphic cards and better network cards so that you can handle the video data and the amount of data transfer in that video environment. Okay. We also have a compatibility chart that talks about the VM. Right here are a list of all the different VMs that OnGuard supports, and you can find the compatibility list as well in the Partner Center or in the document that I sent to you. All right. Any questions on the minimum specs? Good. All right. Okay. Before your installation, there will be some checks that need to be done. Okay. One of them is your storage sense. If you have not disabled your storage sense, the OnGuard will detect that and they will warn you that, okay, because you didn't uncheck and do all these things, you have to click OK and then you will exit out of your installation. So don't skip those steps because you can't proceed with your installation if you have not done those steps. Okay? And storage sense is enabled in Windows 10 or latest build of Windows 10. So do take note that you have to disable them. And to disable them, right, there's two things here. One is the storage sense, which has to be off. The other one is the temporary file. This has to be unchecked. Okay, so let's have a look on our VLP. Right? If you're on the VLP, just need to click on the start button and type in storage. And you'll find storage setting. Right? If you click on it, you have configure storage sense or run it, right? By default, it's already off. And a lot of them think that, oh, it's off, so I proceed. Answer is no, it's not yet. You have to check the configure and you notice that, hey, this thing is still checked. So make sure you uncheck on this one. Go back to your setting. Then you are ready for the installation. Okay? And of course, you have the installation in the installation guide, right? You can find this on the documentation. We can talk about documentation after we finish the installation, right? But on the supplemental list, I've shown you guys, that's where you can find the SQL Express, Adobe Readers, and all the various stuff over there, including the USB key driver. And of course, if you go into the Partner Center, once you are certified, you will be able to download modules or the installation package for the optional or the web modules. Majority of them come together with the OnGuard 8.1 installation media. When you install OnGuard 8.1, it automatically load up all these things for you. However, you will not be able to run them until you got the license to run those web modules. Okay, which we will talk about that in a short while. Or maybe after we finish installation. Right? With regards to the component that you need to install, whether you are installing on a server or on a client, as you can see, right? Server is everything, right? The programming manuals, the documentation, the system tools for designer, administration and stuff, and of course the service support tools, which is all available on the server installation. On the client installation, most of the time is the main application window, or main application will be loaded. The system tools, depending on whether you need it to configure stuff or not, but some of the service tools will not be installed, mainly because it's just a client. So as a client workstation, it has very, very little dependency because it doesn't need to load a lot of things. Right? So Travis, like what we said the last time, right? Apart from the unique configuration that need to be set up on the application config file, majority of them will be quite straightforward because it doesn't load the database. It just run the install program, and once the install program is loaded, everything is good to go. Alright, one thing here, you notice that the COM server is not enabled on the client. Okay, remember I mentioned to you earlier about COM server. What does COM server do? Let's say you want to say something, you're mute.
Yeah, that's for the communications.
Yeah, that's for communication with the controllers, with the hardware. So remember, I can choose my COM server to be not on the server, but can be somewhere else. So you can actually customize the install to choose what you want to install on which machine. Right? It's very modular. You choose which one you want to install. It's just like a Microsoft product. You can just take, I want this to install, and then it will install the rest for you. Okay? Or install those that you enable. Okay. One more thing for the prerequisite before we start the installation, we need to enable the SQL Server Configuration Manager. Make sure the name part and TCP has to be enabled. Both of them have to be enabled. So let's have a look. If I go into the start window, I type in SQL Server, I will find the SQL 2019 Configuration Manager. Alright, when you find it, click on it. You will launch the SQL Server Configuration Manager window. And over here you have 5 groups of 5 configuration, right? The one that we need to look for is the 4th one, SQL Server Network Configuration. And if you double click on it, or you click on it, you will find protocol for MS SQL. So if you have multiple instances, you may have protocol for SQL Express, protocol for integrity, or protocol for all these things. So when you go to the SQL Configuration Manager, you'll see your protocol for the respective database instance. Double click on the protocol for MS SQL Server, right? You will find that by default the name part and TCP are disabled. Right, please enable that. Okay, right click and enable. You'll say that your service needs to stop and restart. We'll do that in a short while together. So make sure you click OK and right click on the TCP IP and enable it as well. And need to restart the service. Once you enable these two, you can go to the first one, which is the SQL Server Services. Right, you'll find the MS SQL Server, which is the one that we are talking about here, which is currently running. You can just right click and restart the service. Alright. Any questions on this? Right. Some of you may be asking me, why do I need to worry about this? Why isn't this configured right at the start? Right. Or what does it have on the impact of the on-guard application? First of all, we are installing SQL Express, correct? On Microsoft, it's designed for a one server environment or one workstation environment, not designed for multiple connections environment. So when it's designed for only one workstation or one server environment, this parameter is disabled by default because they don't expect the client to look for the server. However, it doesn't restrict you from doing that. Okay, so you can enable that. But if you ever forget to enable these two, what will happen to on-guard application? Nothing will happen. On your on-guard server, everything works perfect. Right? It's like, oh, everything is fine. Now, let's go to the workstation. I install a new workstation. And then when I install a workstation, the first thing is, I cannot connect to the server. And you get an error message. And you will notice that, I will ask you, can you do an ODBC check? Right? And you'll go and do an ODBC check, you go to system DSN, you go and do something, you go and check, hey, it returned with an error. It doesn't connect successfully. And I will tell you what error is that. It's an error code. I said, can you go and Google for the error code? And then the error code will point you to this location. Say, can you go to your SQL Server Configuration Manager and enable these two, and you'll be fine. So it's not an on-guard. It's not a LENEL-SQ question. It's a Microsoft question. But because in order for your client to look for your server, because of the database engine, you need to have this enabled. Got it? Okay, good. So put a note if you think this is important, and we also need this to make sure that our database, reporting database is able to run, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, are we ready for installation? Right, if we are ready, that's what we're going to do now. As in, let's go to you can go ahead and close your configuration manager. Right, and go back to our class file. I'm not too sure how near I need to go to my computer. It seems like if I far away, it automatically black out my screen. Okay, anyway, go to your class file and you will find OnGuard 8.1 installation folder. Same thing, what I want you to do is now, instead of going for supplemental disk, go for the OnGuard 8.1, right, and double click on it to open up the ISO image. Okay, is everybody open up with the OnGuard? Alright, when you open up the ISO image, right, you will open up a virtual drive for OnGuard 8.1, and in that whole package, you'll find a setup.exe. Okay? One thing that I must highlight to you, right? You mentioned here, make sure you disable all this storage and stuff. Run the setup.exe as administrator. Right? Remember, you have to do that. If you don't do that, it will give you a little bit of problem depending on how your machine controls the access to the registry. Right? If your machine has a very tight IT policy which restricts a lot of things, I'm going to tell you your installation have to do a lot of repair in order to get it to work. If your machine doesn't have a lot of restriction, you may be lucky, everything may install successfully. Okay, so to be rest assured, right, make sure you right click on the setup and run as administrator. Okay, and if you do require administrator password and username, and if you are prompting on your machine, you can actually put in those details. Otherwise, we will go to the next step to do any prerequisite installation. So sometimes it's DirectX, sometimes it could be your Visual Basic that need to be installed, and some of them, if it requires supplemental material disk, you have to launch a supplemental material disk to actually set up the installation again. Okay, so if everything is good, you just go ahead and click on install, and that will start your installation. Okay, while it's preparing to start, by the way, whatever we are going through, right, it will be inside the training slide as well. So don't be afraid, right? If you ever forget, you can always refer back to the training slide. So sometimes if you install some of these prerequisites, it may prompt you to reboot your machine. So always remember, when you restart the machine, right, after you restart, log back in using the same account, and run the setup, run it as administrator again, it will continue to do whatever prerequisite package that you need to do. Okay? Once all the prerequisite is done, you will get your welcome screen, right? And you will have your end user license agreement. Just scroll down if you want to read through every single line item. Otherwise, set the terms and proceed on next. On the system type, we are 90, I would say, almost 95% or 90% of the time you'll be installing as a standard. For some of the customers, like if they have an enterprise system where they have an enterprise master and an enterprise regional, then you will be installing enterprise. Otherwise, I don't care whether your license is an enterprise license or a standard license. If you are installing a standard server, a single server environment, always choose standard. Okay, only when you're dealing with an enterprise customer and the customer require an enterprise installation, then you choose enterprise. And by the way, if you have to install enterprise, you must be getting some advanced training from it. Okay? So standard installation, and then click next. Over here, you have 4 options. One is the server, the other one is the client. So it consists of different packages that we talked about earlier, where we talk about server and client relationship. Okay? But we have 2 other clients. One is monitoring client, the other one is a badging credential client. They are all similar to client, except that they have less packages installed. What I mean by that is that when you look at the server-client relationship, for a monitoring client, they may not have ID credential center, they may not have system admin, all these things may not be installed. You only install alarm monitoring. Right? The license control is a separate thing. The application control is what you install, what you decide to install. So sometimes you don't want to install a full client on a workstation that is in front of the guardhouse, where somebody can hack in or can break into the guardhouse and try to access the system from there. Okay, so you may install less package on the one at the guardhouse. Okay, for the purpose of training, we are going to install a server. If you're not too sure, you can always click on the question mark and then give you some detail of what these packages are. Okay, so
if we're putting in, let's say that there's a workstation where, like for the ladies at the airport, they only do ASICs. That's all they do. They don't monitor anything like that. Would you just do a badging and credential client?
Badging, yeah, that's right. If they don't need to monitor events, they don't need to configure anything, their machine is only designed for that purposes, then you just choose badging and credential client. Right, that will make their machine less resource heavy or less package available on the machine. Okay?
Oh,
cool.
Yeah, Harry?
Also, what is the difference between client system and monitoring client?
Okay, a client system consists of configuration like system admin, application access manager, but the monitoring client mainly just to monitor the application, the alarms and events.
There's no any function to like control the device light.
Yeah, the monitoring client can control the
only monitor purpose light.
Yeah, we have 2 separate applications. One is for configuring, the other one is for monitoring and control. So when I talk about monitoring, we also control the application, control the devices. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So let me see. I believe here we have. So monitoring uses option to that support only monitoring applications, which we will talk about it in a short while. Okay. Right. Choose server.
시스템
Come to the next page.
알람으로 틀면 되나 보네.
You hardly have to choose a platform server. A platform server is a server that sits in the data center, and then you don't have a monitor, don't have a screen, you'll be web browsing to it. And every time when you install a platform server, you need to be using IIS. Anyone know what is IIS?
Nope.
Lindsay, you want to say something? You're on mute. Still on mute. Yeah, I can't hear you.
IIS is Internet Service Protocol.
Yes, that's right. And if you look at, let's say, 5-10 years ago, where we don't have a lot of web API or web application, they use a lot of IIS to do remote web services or web server, right? And when they do that, you need to enable all this on the server before you can access the console from the web. But with the web capability now and web certificate, IIS become outdated stuff. Most of our applications run on the new web certificates and web socket, so it becomes a lot more easier to access the server from the web page, right? So in most of the time, I would say very little customer will need to use our platform server. They will install this custom server, where you can get to choose what you want to enable, right? On the 4th section here, one for demo database, please don't use it unless you are pretty sure what you want on the demo database. a lot of times with the demo database, they remove a lot of default values, which you may not have some of the default values. So you don't use the demo database and put it on the customer side, and you realize that, hey, I got nothing. I can't use this, I can't use that, because they remove a lot of things for me. The other one is for Oracle. So if you're ever working on an Oracle customer that runs on Oracle database, then you choose that option. So you only left with two on the left hand side. One is the manual database configuration, which is normally for, back in old days where we had to manually configure the database. But I think about 3 or 5 years back, we already moved on to assistant mode to let the system configure my database for me. So remember, we go into the SQL Management Studio. In the old days, I have to spend at least 2 hours teaching everyone how to create a database, how to create a user, how to map the database to the user and do all these things on the first day of training. Eventually, if you're not an SQL guy, you say, wow, what is that? Too complicated to install that. It's not as easy. I can make it, we can always make it easy by using assisted, and then we talk about database stuff on Friday, right? So what I want you to do is to choose assisted mode for your installation, right? And this is also inside the training guide. If you refer to your training guide, it points to you standard, server, custom, and assisted mode before you do your installation. Okay? Any questions? Right, if not, click next and proceed to the next page. And over here, first where you want to install the files onto, where is the location of your license server? Do you know where is the location of my license server? Anyone?
Main server. Probably one.
No. We don't have a license, right? Have I shown you any license yet?
No.
No, right? And remember, I showed you in the training guide, right, or in the note, we mentioned that the license server for our training is actually on this BLIC2. Okay? That's where you will be putting your license server to this location. So everybody make sure you update your license server to this location. In a real world, where do you think is your license server? When you go into your customer site.
It'd probably be on the database server.
Or on the application server, or whichever server that you are designated for the licensing server. But that doesn't mean that you have to be on that server. You can put it somewhere else as well. Like what we're doing on the class, okay? And of course, this is the port number that we use to communicate between the application and the licensing server. Alright, where is the location of the database?
My computer.
Obviously, on your own local machine, right? And if you remember, if you put SQL Express, then you have to put in the whole name, like how you connect to the database. And because we are using the default instance, we don't have to put in anything, just the computer name, and then that will be good enough. Okay? And one last thing, it will automatically create a LENEL user called LENEL. And if everyone is wondering, what do you think is the LENEL user password?
원래는 워드파일 주지 않아요?
Okay.
이라고?
This LENEL user is for SQL, right? It's talking about database logging. When you are in the mixed mode, the LENEL user password is this.
서버가 있으니까 저거
Okay?
이름만 주고.
Without the exclamation mark. Okay, if you are wondering, Ken, you are telling me all this, but is there a notes or somewhere, right? All these are available in the training guide. If I go to my PDF, which one is the one? This is the training guide. If I go into the, if I search for the password, okay. So this is the password for the LENEL account, and you'll find the password is this by default. Okay? Can you change the password? Well, yes, you can. And I will teach you how you can utilize that to make revenue. Right? Maybe come in and charge the customer every 90 days. I will change the password for you. But I charge you a service call. I'll spend 15 minutes just to reset the password, and then I'll go and have my coffee or have my drink. Make sure you plan it on a Friday, right? So that you can, after that, you can straight away go for a beer. Alright. So that's how you can, how you find out your password. Okay, once you're done with that, you can click next. Make sure you update the license server location, right? That's all you need. Click next. When you go into the next screen, which is a custom setup screen, right? You will notice that pretty much everything is installed. This is the part where I tell you that it can be modular. I can choose which package I want to install on which location or on which machine. So it doesn't mean that all my package has to be installed here. I can choose where I want to install them. For the purpose of training, we are going to install everything here, except one guy for the application server. Remember, we choose not to install the platform server because we don't want to install IIS, right? And the only one that is only application that is in OnGuard that is still using IIS is the web video server, viewer, or the front desk of a visitor management, which only support up to OnGuard 7.5. So if you are not using any of this, there's no reason for you to go for application server. Does that make sense? Right? Because one thing I must highlight to you, it runs on IIS, the security may not be high enough to meet the cyber security requirement. Okay? Because of the restriction, the certificates and all these things which are more required under the cyber security recommendation. Okay, once that is done, yes.
When we're on a fresh site, do we have to have the license on a separate server?
Not necessary. You can have it on the same server if your server is not too busy. But sometimes, if my server is not an environment that allows me to load the license server, I may choose my license server to be somewhere else. Or it could be managed by a different team. So depending on how they run it, right? Maybe because my server is sitting in a database data center, right? And it's constantly sitting in the data center, my workstation are all on site. They may want the license server to be on site so that it's a lot faster when they are accessing the licensing server. Right? But it really boils down to how the customer wants to handle that. Okay? So if you click next, you will proceed and you will click install to start your installation. Okay. Have everybody start your installation? Good, good.
Yes.
Alright, thanks James, and thanks Harry, and thanks Jeremy. I saw the thumbs up. Right. So with that, right, while it's installing, it may take about half an hour to potentially an hour, right, to do the installation depending on how fast is your VM or how fast is our connectivity to the console. In the meantime, let me touch up on the training, right? So custom install, set up your license server location and the database, right? And complete the install, and by the time everything will be installed. And once that is installed, you will run up our good friend called the setup assistant. And that assistant will set up the remaining part, which is security, utility, your licensing file, or your database connectivity, and configuring your database and services. So once that is all done, your system will be good to go. Okay, to prepare our setup for that setup assistant while we still have time, right? I would like to jump ahead to this section, right? You will come to this part where it talks about services. When we go into the site assistant later on, right? And when you come up to this page, it will require you to actually enter a username from the Windows or domain if you are a machine sitting in a domain network, you may need a domain user account and their password for these 5 services. I can tell you, Lenel or OnGuard will install a lot of services in the whole package. And this whole lot of services, among the services, 5 of them will require a Windows account or domain account. And they must have admin right. If you don't have administrator right to that account, these services won't be able to run properly, which means that some part of the application is not going to work. Okay, so on the slides itself, we explain to you what are these services. Some services handle with enterprise, some services handle with the web and web applications, some services handle with the web reporting, and the other one is for cumulus connectivity. So to set up that user or to create a user, right? In the training guide, we will talk about creating a user called OnGuard. So what we will do is, while we're still installing, right, we will go in to our notepad and we'll create a user called OnGuard. Okay, apart from the administrator user, I'm going to create a user called OnGuard. And to make it the same, I'm going to use the same password as what I use for SA, so that's easy for me to remember. Right? So I'm going to use the same password. I'm just going to copy. Right? Or I can just type in SEC. You automatically have choose one of them and then put exclamation mark. Okay, make sure you have the one with the exclamation mark. Okay. Okay, and make sure you already copy the password because we are going to create a user. Okay, the training guide will step you through how to create a user if you are not familiar with how to create a user in Windows. Alright? Otherwise, you can do it together with me. Right click on your Windows Start button. You open up a set of menu. One of them is called the Computer Management. Click on the Computer Management. That will bring up a set of tools available. Right? One of them is a folder for local user and groups. Okay? Double click on the users. Okay? And you will open up the 4 users over there. Of course, administrator is the one that we are using right now. We are going to add a new one. So right click on anywhere on the empty space, say new user. Okay, for the username, we will use OnGuard, that's what you see here. Right, and the full name, I'm just going to put OnGuard service account. Description, up to you, right? You can put whatever description you like. The full name and the description is more for your info, right? The actual one is the username. So make sure your username is correct, right? And of course, your password, which you can right click and paste the password, which I copy over here, right? As this account, this OnGuard user account, is not a person who logged onto the system. It's only a user account to manage the service. And because of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to untick that the user do not need to change the password on the next logon. Otherwise, the user account will not be enabled until you log in and change your password. Okay, so make sure you untick on this one. And you want to tick, say user cannot change password, and also can take password never expire, so that it will never expire on this password. Okay with everyone?
Yes.
Yes, Harry.
No. What? No thanks. Fine.
Oh, fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So once, thanks James. Right. Once you have put in the OnGuard user and the password and make sure these two are ticked, right? you can create that user account. And once you create the user account, you can close the window. You will see there's an OnGuard user created over here. We are not done yet because you do need to give this OnGuard user administrator level. So go to the properties of the OnGuard user and you search under the member of. It's just a user at this moment. Right? What we are going to do is we're going to add this OnGuard user to the administrator group. Right? Remember we added the group to manage the database. So as long as you get this OnGuard user to the group, the OnGuard user will then be able to manage or work with the OnGuard database. Okay? Alright. So coming to some of your questions or some of things that you may be asked by the IT. The customer say, oh, I can't have a local administrator account. I can't have a local user because it's a domain environment. Then I say, okay, fine. Just make sure that domain user is part of the administrator to this server. Otherwise, that domain user may not be able to access the application and therefore can't run the service properly. Does that make sense? Right? If you explain in all this terminology to them, they will understand. Right? And this is what is needed in the setup for that user account. Right? And it's covered in the training guide. So don't worry, you will be able to go through that. Okay? Any questions? Not? You can close that computer management. We are already done with that. And in fact, it's still installing.
I'm sorry, but can you show us one more time?
Which one? The computer management for the user, is it?
Yes.
Okay. You go to the computer management.
I just created OnGuard account.
I'm going to open up. Right click on the OnGuard properties. Yeah. And then go to the member of, and that's where you add administrators. Okay, I'm going to just put it this way. Right, if you put in administrators.
Okay.
Right. With an S, make sure you have an S and you can do a check name, and that's where you will click. When you click OK after that, it will automatically add to the administrator group. Okay?
Okay.
Alright, good. Okay, so once you're done with that, you can close that window. Alright, I have maybe a couple of minutes. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually run through the licensing, right? Because we won't be able to touch on licensing in the VRP because the license server is already set up for the class. So, I can't show you licensing, but I will run through what you see in the licensing, right? So let me bring up one of my trainings that I did in April, right? And let me bring up. Oh, this is in English. It's okay, I can bring up the one in here, right? Bring up. Okay, and normally when you look at a license file, right? This is a trainee's license file, not an end user license file. End user license file doesn't expire. A trainee license file will last for 1 year, and you can renew your license file. And how do you renew your license file? Have I shown you guys this? No, right?
Call you.
Don't call me, right? I'll teach you already, right? Go into the support tools. You can do an upgrade of your license file, right? And what you need to do is to search for your license ID. So 62941 is my license ID or my system ID. Every one of you who have your license file, you will have your ID number in the front, right? And that will be your license ID. And when you do a search for your license ID, only yourself can search for your own training license, or you can search for your customer license ID. You cannot search for your colleagues. That means, Harry, you cannot search for Jeremy license. You cannot upgrade Jeremy license for him. driving has to upgrade his own license or search for his own license. Does that make sense? Right? So you can find your license ID. And if you can find your license ID, of course it takes a while. We're trying to search the LENEL server in US and check the parameter. My license has been there for like long time. As you can see, my number is 62,000, right? Some of your licenses are going to be 100 over 1,000. Oh, my! Can't find my license ID. Something wrong. 62941. Maybe because I'm on the
라이센스 없고 지금 돈 들잖아.
혹시 돈 줄게?
I will try again. If not, then maybe I have to check what is wrong with my license ID. If you find this error, reach out to us. We will help you check what is wrong with that. Okay, while it's trying to check and maybe it will fail again, right? But don't worry about it.
네, security.
What I want.
CQ1TY. 네.
SK 이스토할 때 있는 거지?
L로 했어.
So when you get a license file, right, you have these two files here. Right, your license file is here, and the other one is your subscription file. Okay, these two are your main file, right? Because these two files will determine what license you have. Okay, and if I open up the PDF for one of them, right, the first one, which is the main license file. Remember, you have two license files in each system ID, right? And first one is your main license file, the other one is a subscription. Okay, and in the main license file, it talks about where this license file belongs to, right? What license you have, what license is enabled. In fact, for training license, you get 8 readers. Some of them use the training license for their home, and they say, Ken, can I use the training license for my home? Why not? You can check with your company whether you can buy the controller at maybe a demo price or whichever price, right? And then you can put it at your home, and you can use it to configure because you have your training license, right? And you can even, some of them even more, having more fun because they know that they have 8 camera license. They even install milestone on their home and have the 8 camera license connected to the home guard for video monitoring as well. So you got a free security system for your home after you do a training with LENEL. You only need to buy the hardware, right? And this training license is given to you under your name with your company, right? Which means that it ties to a company. For some reason, if you decide to move to another company, right, your new company can transfer your training records and license to the new company, okay, by paying for the standard cost, and then you can transfer everything across. So you don't waste your training. Whatever you are trained, you are still having a record with us, and you get to transfer to your new company, provided the new company is above, right? I have a lot of trainees who have gone through my training, end up they may be going to some other companies or some other bar which is not within my control. But if they end up with the customer, I will congrats them because that means the customer see their value, and when they are the customer, they are my good friend now, right? Or in fact, they have been my good friend when they become my trainees. They have been my best friend if they have become a customer. So sometimes they will talk to me and say, Ken, I need you to improve this, this is not good, that's not good. That's how I and the things, and I'm okay to work with you guys in that level, right? So you'll still become my good friend after this year of training, but you have to be my best friend. Yeah, when you become an end user, you'll be my best friend. No, just kidding, right? In fact, trust me, I treat my VAS, the text from my VAS, a lot more closer than end user because I trust my VAS to relay the message to the end user. So I have to work with my VAS a lot more than the end user. Okay? They are my best, but that doesn't mean that I have to disclose everything because they are end user, right? My boss will have more relationship. Okay, and one last thing on the license, right? If you look under the subscription license, right? it will contain all these web modules which they have enabled with 2099. You will never reach that date unless you suddenly have some pills that you can last forever, right? Otherwise, you will use your license up to 5 connections. These are all web licenses, so you can use them to your advantage. However, it does not contain integration license, except for milestone, right? So that, like what I said, if you are working on having an integration at home with milestone, have fun. You will be able to set up one and play with it. And I know milestone give 8 camera for free. Just ask them to give you the integration license for Honda for free as well. Then you will be able to get one at home, right? And of course, you can actually look at our third-party partners, which are all listed over here, which is a huge list. Okay? Right. And with that, pretty much the last document inside the training license or license info talks about how you can activate the license, how you can online activate SMS and phone activation, and if you ever have to return, you can return the same way as well, right? And if you get some error, you can refer to the troubleshooting guide, right? Your activation code is blank, this is how you can fix it, and things like this, right? Okay. That's my training slide. Okay, so if you go through your training license, once you get into a licensing page, the first thing they will ask you is to put in a username and password. Okay, please remember the username and password for this. If you forget the username and password, yes, we can reset, but we do need access to your system, which sometimes may not be that convenient. So make sure you remember the username and password. They are case sensitive. So make sure that you take note of uppercase and lowercase for your username as well. Okay? And you have 2 types of license. One is the permanent license, which one for you, and the other one is the subscription that contains all the integration and the web modules. So when you activate the permanent license, the business integration, after you activate the permanent license, you can always activate the subscription without having to connect to internet again. So it's not a must that you must have internet connection on both activation, only on the permanent license. Okay? And when you activate a license, there's 3 things you need to do. One is to browse for the license form. The next thing is to view and scroll down all your license parameters, make sure everything is okay. You go to the next, you will just need to agree to activate, and that's it. 3 steps to activate your license. Alright? So remember these 3 steps, and if you ever have some situation where you have to use the USB dongle, make sure you get the drivers, right? So you don't need to connect to internet, but just need to make sure that you can recognize the USB key. If you are activating via phone or SMS, right, be very mindful. Because of the world of digital IT, sometimes when you send an SMS to an international number or licensing server, when they return the SMS, it may be blocked by your IP IP application or the Telstra or telco IP connection, right? And you may not get an SMS. So be very mindful. Sometimes your SMS may not work, right? If you can, I would recommend to activate via online. And if you cannot do the online activation and you have to go by phone, send the SMS to us. We will activate based on our application tools, and we will give you a confirmation code in an email or SMS if we can send to you, right? Otherwise, we'll give it to you in an email form with the SMS code. Okay? Alright, so browse for the file, click on the activate, right? Or and then you will look through the license and click online activation. Sometimes you may get a proxy error. That's because the customer IP or the router is blocking that port. So check the customer or confirm with the customer whether you need to enter certain parameter. Otherwise, your activation should return the confirmation in 30 seconds. 30. If you waited for 1 minute and you still haven't get a reply, don't wait anymore. Give tech support a call. Don't give me a call, okay? For your training license, yes, you can give me a call, right? Normally what you need to do is that if you don't get a reply, means that something is blocked, right? And you may not get a response. We can check if the server, if the license is activated already. We'll help you return the license and then you can activate. Right? If you go by phone, that's where you get your activation ID and your code, and you provide this information to us. Okay, remember on the activation code, you may have dashes in between the characters. When you send it to us, you don't need to put the dashes, you just need to put in the activation ID space and the whole activation code in one line. Okay, and you can send it to a +4 default, right? Otherwise, contact us from the local office, we will assist you. So for Harry and Jeremy, you can contact your counterpart, like Ivan or Ben, right, where they will be able to assist you with your license activation. Okay.
Okay.
All right. On the system, please take note. You can return and activate as many times as you like. For your customer license, you normally activate one time, and you will stay there all the time, right? You only activate or you only need to connect to internet during your activation process. Once it's activated, you can disconnect from the internet. Right? It's only needed during the activation process. Okay? And of course, if you need to return, you need the internet connection. For your training license, you can activate and return as many times as you like. You can go to one machine, another machine. I can put one at home, put one in the office, and put one on my laptop. I can use the same ID on 3 separate locations. But you can only have one online at one time, or one activated at one time. Take for example, I could set it up at home, activate, right? And then set up my home security system. After everything is done, I deactivate the license. My home security system still run. The OnGuard server may not run, but the security system still run. Right? I can then go to my laptop, activate the license on my laptop, go and do a presentation, finish my presentation. I'm happy with it. I don't need that to be on. I return the license on the laptop, come back to my home, activate again on my home, and I can continue to use it again. Or I can go back to my work laptop for my lab testing purposes. I can return the one at home, and then I go to that PC and activate on that PC. Does that make sense? So, my view is that when you are working on a training license, feel free to activate and return, right? But just make sure you only have one activation at one time. Okay. Any questions on licensing? Okay. These are the two things that we will skip just now, licensing and the user, because we have created that, and the system is still installing. Okay, now it's about...
Does it automatically skip it?
Yes, because the license server is already there, so it will automatically skip the licensing page. Okay, so guys, now it's about 20 past the hour. Let's go for a 15-minute break. Hopefully by then everything will have been installed, finished, right? So let's be back here 35 after the hour.
Okay.
Okay? Get your coffee or afternoon tea.
Yeah.
Travis, you need to leave at
Yeah, probably around. If I disconnect the tree, I should be good time.
Okay, can. So once you disconnect, right, just remember to exit on the screen. And what you need, right, what you need will be pretty much hopefully by then you will have installed complete and set up the database, right? And once that is done, you may miss a bit on the services and set up all these things just at the start, introduction on OnGuard, which you may have been exposed to before. So you can just do a refresher. And tomorrow morning, if you can, do you start early?
Yeah, I can start early, yeah.
So maybe what I do is I normally let the guys start coming in about 9:30 or so, half an hour before the class, so that in case anyone has any question on the day before, you can ask during that time, and we will still officially go through the content at 10 o'clock. Yep. Okay? So I think we are pretty fast with the class today. So should be all good, right? You guys are pretty good.
Nice.
Or pretty nice. All right, good.
Cool. Thanks, Ken.
Okay, no worries. everybody back? Oh, just the installation.
It's out for timing. Literally just finished.
Yes. The same for you guys as well?
Yep, all done.
Okay. Great, thanks James, thanks Travis. Harry, you're good. Is Jeremy back?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. Since everybody is back, am I okay to say that your installation has been completed as well? Good. Alright. Great. So if all your installation is completed, you can click finish. And when you click finish, it will prompt you to restart. Right, so before you restart, just make sure whatever you have not saved, save it, right, so that you can restart your machine. Or not your machine, the virtual learning platform. Don't restart your PC, right? Otherwise you lose your connectivity to me, right?
이거 설치했어? 설치했어?
설치하고 있었지?
설치된 거 그리고 리스타트해. 아니 그 설치니까 피니시 누르고 그리고 리스타트 나왔어.
Okay.
오, 깔렸어?
네.
들어가는 중이야?
그래서
드디어 렌즈를 시작함.
드디어 깔렸다.
커피 먹냐?
커피가 좋죠.
알았어, 커피 사다 줄게.
와,
할리만 사다 줄게.
이사님 짱. 감사합니다.
Alright, so once it's boot up and you'll notice that it will automatically launch the setup assistant, which will then, run through the steps that we need to do. Like the rain suddenly decided to fall heavily here. Alright, so when the setup assistant launch, right, the first thing you will notice that it will ask you for a username and password. Not now, right? But do take note in the training guide, right? If you are starting your system for the first time, it will ask you, it will skip past the authentication step and you will go straight into the setup assistant. But if you close your setup assistant and relaunch again, right? If it detects a database, it will ask you for a username and password. So later we'll talk about the username and password for OnGuard. If it's a default database, there should be a default username and a default password, which we will talk about it. Okay? So, everybody get this? Right? Then what you need is just to apply the setting. So once you apply, thanks Trevor, right? And once you apply the setting, you will actually apply all these settings for the firewall. And you notice that it will skip past utility to the rest, including your license server, because it can find the license server in the network, right? And it expects you to enter a service logon name, which is required a Windows user account. Everybody remember the username that you have created? Right? If not, just open up your notepad, right? It should be there, right? And if that is my username and that is my password, just right click and copy. And of course my username is OnGuard. And the password is ace. And that password is to manage this 5 service account. Okay? And if you put in all the parameters, you can apply the credential. It will automatically prompt you to the next step, which is to set up the database. Alright. On the database setup, right, talking about connecting to a database using access control database, which is the database name, right? Which we'll see in a short while, right? Or maybe later today, or yeah, maybe later today, right? It actually asks you to enter a username to access the SQL, and it actually go in and say that you must use SA account because you need to set up the database, right? And set up all the relevant parameters for database. So, does anyone know the SA username and password?
너희들이 대부분 에세이나 온갖 거.
Obviously, it's here, right? SA.
Was it the? Oh yeah, got there.
Yeah. If, right, please take note, if your password is this, right, which is a LENEL default password, if you have used that password for SA, it will skip this step and go straight to the next page or next step, which is to set up the path. Alright? So, because we have used a slightly different password, right? If you copy the first one, then you just need to right click and paste this password again, and you click on connect, you should be able to connect to your database. Agree? Right, and when you click connect, that's where you can connect to the database. That's where you decide where your database file is supposed to be. If everything stays on default, you can click on install database. Right? On this install database, especially on ONGAP 8.1, we have introduced database encryption key. Okay? And because of the encryption key, right, it requires you to either generate based on a phrase, or based on a random key, or based on the import of a key that was used on another system. So, depending on how you want to create a key, but remember, once you enter a key, right, make sure you back up your key. If you do not back up your key, I cannot help you in the recovery of your database encryption. So make sure you have a backup of your key. Right? In the latest update, Travels, the latest update of 8.1, update 1, will contain the tools for you to enable the encryption key recovery. Okay, so if you ever forget the file, we can still help you, but we need to go through our engineering to recover the key for you. Alright, so what we are going to do, right, we are going to use the key that we have been using, or the password that we are using, the one with the exclamation mark, because you need 10 characters. So you can't copy and paste, okay? But what you need to do is you have to manually type in the password. Okay? You can put in any key or any phrase on your customer system, but remember to back up that file. Any questions on encryption key?
Can we generate a random key?
Yes, you
or
can.
do you want a passphrase one?
For the purpose of training, let's use the same passphrase so that in case we have to recover, we can. And this is another thing when you want to back up this database and keep it for your own record, make sure you back up the key as well. Right? The only thing is if you generate a random key, I may not know the phrase. So you know, if you have to recover, you know, you may not be able to remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, once you are okay with that, you can click OK to start your encryption or start your database setup, and they're just giving you a warning, right? Say yes, proceed, and it will start to set up the database. And of course, you should be able to find the key that is generated inside the document. You will find this key over here. Okay, so do a copy on that key, on that file, right, and go to your C drive and maybe create a backup folder. Right, and inside the backup folder, I will put in my, I will say new folder, encrypt, or actually not, don't need new folder, I will just
C 드라이브의 백업.
paste the key here, right? And so I know I have a backup of the key.
아, 키를 복사하는 거구나.
Alright.
오케이. Yes.
And of course, to make it much more that we remember, database encryption, and the password is, oh, I can't paste it anymore, so type it. Alright.
Can you show us one more time for pasting like key?
Okay, where the location of the key is it?
Mm-hmm.
It's in the document,
Document.
and you'll find the key over there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And backup file.
Yeah, just create a folder, a new folder, and then backup. Put it on that folder location. Okay.
Okay. Good.
Alright. Okay, so if you run through the training guide talks about the licensing, which we already talked about, and then talks about the user account, which we have talked about. Just a quick refresher, right? Like some of these user services are managed, normally ties to workstation to workstation, so server to workstation kind of relationship. You need to talk between the server and workstation. That's why you need the domain or Windows local account, right? And of course, encryption key, which is important, right? In the new update, we actually have the way to recover the key, so it's a lot better now. But you need to enable the key recovery procedure. Otherwise, make sure you back up your key properly. Okay, and if you are talking about database backup, we will be talking about that later on after we finish the installation. Right, and this is the steps to go through, and of course, setting up the database. Once that is done, we will finish up the message broker, finish up the dashboard. If everything runs okay, we will get everything completed successfully. Okay, and that's where we, get to our minimum steps of what we need to do for today, right? And then we will talk about what is in the setup system and all these things. By the way, if you notice, right, like for example, my setup system has security utility. When I rerun the setup system again, you may not be able to open up all these programs, right? So all these programs are available within the OnGuard application. So if I search for security, I will have security utility. So instead of running it from here, I can always run it as a single application, and it will check and it will be able to allow you to execute that security utility using this application. So same thing, I have a place for
is that where you can change your service logons and stuff?
Yeah, but service logon, you can't do it from an application. You have to do it from the Windows services. So I will show you where is it, right? So for the configuration editor, it's actually over here, where it contains the database and the license server, right? And then if I go into the service logon, right, that will be under services. If you go into Windows services, right, you notice if I go somewhere, click on somewhere and I find LS, I'll find the cumulus pointing to OnGuard, the event context pointing to OnGuard, and what else? Reporting, site publication, and the web event bridge. And they are all pointing to the OnGuard service account. Right, and if I go to either one of them, if you need to change the account, you can always go to the property and change your logon user account. Alright? That's if you have to change it. If you have no requirement to change, it will be managed properly from here. Okay, so license admin. We can't access the license server. I will show you more tomorrow about what you see in the license admin page. This is when we finish installing. Once we finish installing, we will normally go into the system admin. We'll check our login to the system admin, and of course go into the system option and check a few things. So this is just pre-check to make sure that the service are set up properly with the right host and all these things. Okay. Remember these two services: LS Open Access and LS Message Broker. Okay, these two services is very important in terms of how you log into your application. So if I go into the services, you will find Open Access and Message Broker. Right? These two is very critical because they control how you log on to your system. If the services is not started properly, you may not be able to log on to the system properly. Okay? So let me check. Right now it's still on manual. I think after we finish setup, it will change it to the automatic process. Alright, while it's finishing up the installation, let me finish with the services, right? There's a few more things that you need to know, especially dealing with services. Most of the time, everything will be pre-set up for you, right? And remember, all the LENEL related services start with L, and majority of them start with LS. If you are familiar with services, you can go straight to the services window. If it's the end user, like Travis, in your case, if you want the airport staff to actually check, you can ask them to launch the on-guard system management console. Then what they will see is only all the LENEL services, not all the other services that is for Windows. And sometimes the IT don't allow them to access the services window. They may only allow them to access the application, which means that you can launch the on-guard system management console, and they may be able to go there and have a look, and when they are allowed to control the services, they can actually control services from there. Okay? So, what are the services? This one is the license server, which is quite straightforward. You know it controls the license. The other one is the login driver. Anytime when I have a database connectivity issue, or when I cannot connect to a database, it will actually prompt me that I have a login driver issue. Okay, or every time I got an error saying login driver issue or cannot connect to a login driver and stuff like this, it must be to do with the database. Okay, so if you ask me from my troubleshooting experience, anytime I see a login driver issue, first thing is I check the database connectivity. Alright, and 99% it will be there. Okay. Remember, Message Broker and Open Access, these two control the access to the web page and also to the application server, right, or application itself. So if these two services doesn't run up properly, you can't log into a system. Or you can log into a system, but not very, not properly, right? You are actually logging in by bypassing the user standard logon. The other services like web event bridge, event context, those are services that manage the services or web application and stuff like this. So you can use it for not critical, but it's good to make sure that they are start if they are on auto start. Okay, if they are not started, do check with us or speak to us to see why is it not started or why is it not working properly. Okay, and everyone still remember communication server? Right? So communication server is the one that communicates with the hardware, and it may be on the server, it may be located somewhere within the network, depending on how they prefer their setup. Okay? And of course, linkage server is another one that links between the panel to panel or between the server services. Like for example, I may have a scheduler scheduling or telling the system to do something at this time. Then I will be using linkage server. These two are used widely in the application, which we will talk about it tomorrow and day after. Okay, Report services, right? This is a report that is introduced in the later version of OnGuard. We actually introduced web reporting tools, right? So you can utilize the web reporting to show, the events and the information. Alright. Okay. We are about to go into navigation, which is pretty much only when we finish installation. Okay.
Navigation.
Just in time. Has all your installation done?
잠깐만, 뭔가 안 됐어.
Has everybody finished your installation? Good, thanks, Travis.
잠깐만.
Thanks, Lindsay. And Harry?
I have the problem with OnGuard report and dashboard database.
Okay. Jeremy, you have the same problem or no? Is Jeremy's system okay?
Same as with me.
Okay. James, is your system okay?
Yep, it's okay.
Okay. So Harry and Jeremy, you must have missed certain steps, right? So one thing that I'm going to check is, can I take over a control on the screen? Right? So I'm controlling your screen now, right? There's a few things I will check is SQL server config. Right, this is enable, and so that's fine. Let me check with your OnGuard user. So filter management. OnGuard. We have administrator groups, fine. And then let me go to the last one, which is your SSMS. Right, while it's loading, right, for those who have already finished, you can go ahead and click close to close that setup system window. Okay, where is your notepad, Harry?
I think deleted, so
Sorry?
it was deleted.
Oh, you delete the notepad already.
But it's the same as we use.
Sorry?
The same.
Oh,
Yes.
use the same, is it?
Yes.
Right? And login. Alright. So you notice you only have users. And this is on my machine, right? This is my machine. And what you miss is this particular user. Okay, if I can go back to my training slide and quickly run with you. It will be on the SQL installation. Right? What you miss is that. Yeah, you haven't added the administrator groups into that SQL.
Okay.
Okay? So wait for my machine startup. I'm going to show you how we can remedy your action, right? So on mine, if I log in.
Hey Ken, I'm gonna jump off.
Yeah, go ahead, right?
Right.
Thanks, Trevor.
See you later.
I'll see you tomorrow morning. Right?
캔슬했을 때 그거
And you can see that I have administrator added in here. Right? This is the part that you are missing.
Okay.
Right? So to fix your problem, it's not too hard. I can fix it for you. Right? What you need is to manually say add in the administrator. Build in. Make sure I spell it correctly. LT. LT. And then administrator. You can't search for it, right? You have to manually type in, right? This is what I understand, right? And all this is fine. Server role. I think I need to enable. Let me see the properties. Server role need to enable public and sysadmin. And then user mapping. I don't think you need to map to everyone. Yeah, don't need to do any mapping. Scalable, you need to point to your server. And you need to enable Connect SQL. Okay, so I need to first make sure I point to your server, okay, which is this server. And then I must Connect SQL, make sure it's granted. And make sure it's granted enable. And click OK. Okay, once I've done that, right, if you relaunch your setup assistant again, right, I'm going to close this now, right, and let's don't restart it, right, and let's run setup assistant. And they will ask you for a username and password, right? This is the reason why I say when you launch it the second time, it will ask you because your database is already set up. Okay. So there will be a default username and a default password, which I will explain to you all later, right? Once you start that process, it will set up your report and dashboard for you straight away. So your main problem is because the administrator was not built in. Okay?
Okay.
Right, it's not okay. Right, so you can do that method to fix Jeremy's, right? After yours is done. Okay?
Okay,
right. So let me continue with the class so that I can get everybody on track, right? So guys, once you have installed OnGuard and your OnGuard is sorry, I need to return your permission back to you first, right? It should be running now, right? So I'm going to release the control back to you. And you should be able to finish up your installation, okay? Alright, so guys, when you have finished installing your OnGuard, you will create a user, right, within OnGuard, and the user is called SA as well. Be very careful, this SA is not the same as this SA. Right, don't mistakenly think that this is the same as A. No, they are not the same. Okay, one is the database, the other one is the application, right? So this SA has a default username called SA, default password called SA2. Okay, so the password is the same. But I do want you to change the password. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put down there as default as SA, right? But I want you to change the password to be the same as this password. Okay, the one where we have been using all this time. Okay, so we will be changing the password in a short while. Okay? Is that okay with everyone? For those who have already done their setup, right? So, Harry, is yours installation already done? All good?
Yes, good, but Jeremy is still struggling.
Yeah, so maybe Jeremy, you want me to step in and quickly fix it?
Yeah, he wants
to make it faster?
Yes, he wants to take over again.
Yeah, let me take over and then quickly fix it for you. not access control, it will be here. And as it's missing I. Yes, okay, good. Server
맨날 했으니까. 그러니까 안 떴어.
server
저거
server.
안 돌아가는 거 아니거든.
저거 안 하면 니코 뜻이 안 돼?
아니 돼? 상관없어.
Yes.
저 대시보드는 다른 게 있어요. 얼마큼 쓰고 하는
Alright.
대시보드는
This is done.
그거는 쓰는 거지. 거기다가 리포트를 해주는 거야.
Here, SA and also is SA.
해주는 게 있어.
Okay. I think you will finish soon, right? So give it a while. You will finish on your end, and Jeremy, you can go back to normal after that. Okay. Alright. So guys, when you finish with that, right? One thing is that on the training guide, it will point out to you how you can access your console from the web. So let me go to where we are. Okay. To access your own guide system after you have finished installing, right, is to go into the web browser, right? If you want to type in HTTPS, that's fine. If not, you can just type in your server name, which you should know, and put a :8080, and you will come up with this screen. Okay, so let us, I mean, apart from Harry and Jeremy, you may have to do it after you have finished your setup, right? For the rest, if you can launch your browser, and if you type in HTTPS, right? Put in your server name, VMW-44-101 is mine, and :8080, right? And you press enter. You should be able to get your login screen. Okay, I can set it as my report. Alright. Lindsay and James, are you able to get your login screen?
No, mine didn't come up yet.
Okay, let me have a look.
Hold on, I think I know what's wrong.
Oh, you know what's wrong?
I think so, yes.
Okay, you can try to pick. James, how about you? You okay?
Oh, I'm just trying it right now.
Alright. Harry, is yours completed as well?
Yes.
Is your installation complete now?
Yes, completed. No. Yes, we are both completed.
Okay, so if you can go into the web page, just type in, make sure you use your computer name, right? Not my computer name, right?
Okay.
And with :8080, and you should be able to get this login screen.
Yeah, I was able to get it.
Sorry, who is able to get in?
It's me, James.
Oh, James, you are able to get in now? Good.
Yeah, I'm able to get it.
Okay. Lindsay, how is yours?
I'm having a look now, I'll tell you now. No, mine didn't go in.
Okay, let me, if I can, have a quick look.
Oh, hold on, I think
No worries. I've been keeping trying to jump into your machine.
I'm just going to try and think I did get
HTTPS 공통인 거죠?
You're not getting it?
No, mine didn't go in.
Okay, let me try. Let me see.
점점 맞는데? 이거 맞네.
Oh, it's taking a while to load the console.
네트워크 지금 네트워크 꺼졌네. 아닌데?
Okay, I'm in.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened then?
I think I was putting it, I put VM, I didn't put the W, I had VMS.
Oh, okay, yeah, put VMS. VMS is where I think it, by default they confuse.
VMW 다시.
Okay, come on.
BMW.
Harry, is yours okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. If you are able to see your login screen, you can log in using SA. Right? The username is not case sensitive, but the password is case sensitive. So make sure you put uppercase. Right? The password is uppercase S and uppercase A. Alright? So make sure you put in the right password. Right? Double confirm, make sure that's the correct one.
Yes.
Okay, and once you put in the correct username and password, you can log into your console. And the first thing that they prompt you is that you must change your password on your login. Okay, so make sure you change your password to the one that we have been talking about with exclamation mark. Alright, of course, I spell wrong, S-E-C. Alright, make sure you spell it correctly, otherwise it's not going to work. Right, and if my password does not match, right, it will complain, right, when I try to save the record. So once you put in your password, right, you can save the record, and I don't bother to ask that to remember my password, and you should be able to log on to your Lenel S2 console. Okay, and once you log on to your console, I like to save this as my favorite so that I just need to click on the favorite. Under the favorite bar, I will be able to launch into the console. Okay, is everybody doing alright? Good, thanks Lindsay. And James, Jeremy, Harry, you guys are all good?
Yes, good.
Great. Right. Once you log into the console, right, there's a few things we can access the console. We can talk a bit more tomorrow about the console. But I want you all to do one thing, right? I want you to launch a program called System Admin. There's a dark blue and there's light blue. Right? Whatever that is light blue, they are what we call it web client. When I right click on them, I can launch the web client from here. Right? This is a licensing issue. We will talk about it on Thursday or Friday, right? But these are all web licensing, right? So of course I can go in and launch, let's say this on the web. I can launch user on the web, right? I can open up and launch it from the web, right? All these are web clients. Obviously, I have my dark blue, which are the thick client. Do you know what I mean by thick client? Okay. They are client application that is installed in your server. So if I go into 8.1, you will see a lot of thick client, like for example, alarm monitoring, like batch designer, all these things. Obviously, I can launch, let's say, system admin. Right? I have system admin over here. If I type system admin, I can launch it. This system admin is the same as this one over here. But it will ask me for a username and password. Right? And let me close this one. And I launch it from the Internet Explorer. Right? Or launch it from the Edge. It will prompt me a window trying to open up system admin on the application. And say yes, go ahead and open up. It will launch the application and it will automatically sign me into the application without asking me for username and password. Okay? So, that being said, right, there's a lot of application that is installed by default by the server, by the system installation package, right? But of course, what we are doing now is that we are actually launching it from the web, and the web will bring up the thick client in that sense. Okay, and if you really want to save it, right, sometimes people like to save it, what they do is that they right click on this guy and say, pin to start, pin to taskbar, all this you can do yourself. Okay? Okay, Is everybody logged on to your system admin? Good. Thanks, Jeremy. Harry, you're good?
Yes.
Thanks. James, you're good? Yeah, great. Okay, so once you log on to the system admin, right, this looks like an old GUI to me. I mean, still looks very old, right, because it has a very big icon. It looks a bit newer in the user field, but trust me, Lindsay and James, have you seen the OnGuard in your defense site?
똑같다.
Right?
아이콘은.
It just look the same with the icon a bit more classic, more like a Windows 2000 or Windows, 7 kind of view. The newer icon will have colors. The 8.2 will have colors on the icon, right? So now it's black and white. But of course, the icon is still it's a bit better in the future. But we will talk about more when we go into our One thing I want you all to do is to go into the administration and you'll find users over here. Okay? I want everyone to go into the users because I want you all to create a user account for yourself. So as you notice, when I open up the user, I have an administrator, I have 4 users here, right? And of course, I'm logging on using SA, I have system account. What I want you all to do is that I want you to click on the add button at the bottom of that user screen. Can everyone do the same?
Yes.
Click on the add button and then go into your first name and type in your first name. Right? For my first name I put Ken and my last name I put Ong, right? And of course, I go into the next tab over here under the internal account. Okay? Click on the internal account and make sure you have a tick on user have internal account. Give yourself a username, right? I'm going to use the same, but your password cannot be the same as the password over here. Okay, guys, sorry. Hold on. Okay, stay on this page on the client application, but I want you to go back to your web browser because I forget to do one thing on your web browser. Okay, what I want you to do on the web browser is go into your user on the web browser. Can everyone click on users on the web browser? Has everybody load up the user page on the web browser? Right? When you load up a user page on the web browser, you have these 3 bars beside the users. Manage to find the 3 bars? Click on the 3 bars, you will find password setting. Select the password setting. You'll notice that all these password settings like inactivity timeout, password expiry date, minimum password, all these settings is here available for you, right? And whether you want to turn it on or turn it off for your customer side. For the purpose of the training, right? I want you to turn everything off, otherwise you will get crazy with your password, right? So turn all these restrictions off so that you don't have to create a very complicated password. Okay? So turn off all these password settings and save your configuration. Alright, after you have saved it, if you want to go back to that console screen, you can just click on this 9 little dot on the right hand side. It will bring you back to your console page again. Alright, sorry, I should have gone to this step first before I go into the tick client, right? So now let's go back to the tick client. Right, have you all put in your username and the password? Okay, thanks Lindsay. Harry and Jeremy, you guys are good?
Yes.
Okay, once you're on this tick client, right, under internal account, put in a username and password. I want you to go into the permission groups tab, which is over here. Okay, select permission group tab. There's a list of permission. We will talk about this permission in a short while, right? Not now, but later on, maybe I will say tomorrow, right? So we won't need to worry about this for now. I want you to choose SA delegate at the bottom of the permission group. Okay, when you choose SA delegate, can anyone tell me what do I mean by SA delegate?
Doesn't it use the SA profile or something like that?
Yeah, remember in OnGuard, by default we have an SA account, which is the first user in OnGuard. And a lot of times the IT or cybersecurity team will say, please disable that account. I do not want anyone to use that account, which is very common. But you make sure that you assign somebody who has the equal level of permission as SA account in OnGuard. Otherwise, you can't manage your system from there. The SA account here can be disabled, but cannot be deleted. Okay, so remember, okay, so by giving an SA delegate, I'm trying to mimic the same profile as SA account here in the OnGuard. Alright, has everybody make yourself SA delegate?
Yes.
If you have done so, click OK to save your record. Everyone save your record? Can everyone tell me, do you have a red cross on your username? Or on your name here?
Yes.
Okay, Vincent have a red cross. James, do you have a red cross?
I've got a red tick, sorry, a red tick.
Is it a red tick? I think it's a cross. Oh, a red tick. Move your tick away by selecting another record to see whether you have a red cross or not.
Yes, I do have a red cross.
Okay. Anyone else have a red cross? Anyone else don't have a red cross, like me?
I've got the same situation. I've got a red cross as well.
Okay. Harry, do you get a red cross or no red cross?
Already cross.
You got a red cross?
Yeah.
Okay. So why am I not getting a red cross? What did I do differently to you guys? Okay. Let me show you something, right? When I open up, okay, look carefully here. When I open up the user, right? Whether I open up here or open up from the top, it doesn't matter. What was the record selected? Administrator, correct?
Yeah.
So because it was selected administrator, remember, look at it, administrator have the red cross. And when you add with the red cross or with the administrator account, what the old movie or what the tick client tries to do is I will copy as much as I can from the record that you selected. And because you selected on administrator, you actually have the red cross because this tick is enabled. If you happen to be selecting on system account like what I did just now, and I do an add, you will have this untick. Alright, so that doesn't mean that you cannot do anything. Go back to your account, modify, and put this tick box away, untick on that, and save the record. You are good to go. Okay, and your red cross will go away. Alright?
Mine
Yes.
isn't let me modify mine.
You sure?
You just see.
You have to select your record and modify. You should be able to modify it.
It's modify. Oh yeah, okay.
Okay? Alright? Good. Okay, once you modify and once you update it, just to prove that you're okay, you can click on the key to log out and click on the key again so that you can log in with your username and your password, and it will prompt you to change your password because you are using as an SA delegate. It will force you to change. But you can use the same password because we have removed that requirement. Otherwise, you cannot use the same password. Okay? As long as it's not the same as your username, you should be able to log on to your system. Is everything okay?
must we change our password again?
Sorry?
It's asking me to change my password again, must I?
Yeah, because
Do that?
yeah, you have to change your password again because it's an SA delegate. They want to make sure that you are the one who is logging on. But once you change it, you will be good to go. You won't need to change the password on the login again. And you can keep the password the same, right? Because we have disabled those requirements.
Oh, okay. The password hasn't been changed.
All right, Harry and Jeremy, you guys are all right?
Yes. All right.
Good. And James, you are okay?
I'm having a little bit of issues logging back on.
Okay. What were they saying?
It says incorrect password, but I thought I made the password. It's the security one.
Oh, you use the same password as you are using?
Yeah.
Try logging back using your SA account first. You must have changed your password for this one as well.
Oh wait, yeah, it's security.
야, 이거 안 들어주네.
존나 뭔가 바뀐 것 같아 이거. 8.0이랑 다르게 이 폰트라는 거.
Can I take control forward?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm not going to. Your screen is still locked on, right? Your console is still locked on under SA account, right? So in theory, I can launch it from here and check what is happening. And I can close this one. This one is okay. And then what we can do is we can check your user account first, right? Let's fix your user account, which you have created, right? And your username is James, and
Well, that looks wrong.
it will be long because it will always be encrypted.
Oh.
Okay, and let's right click, no, so modify. And James, I'm going to release control for you, or I can copy from your text. Do you use this password?
I might change it to something simple.
Yeah, you can change it to something. I release the control, and you can change it to something simple, numbers, or you don't have a password policy, so you can use whatever password you prefer to use, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And click OK. So now let's try again log out. Click on the key to log out, and click on the key again to log in, and put in your username and the password. Right, say yes, and you continue to use the same password because the policy doesn't restrict you from using the password. Of course, on your customer side, you can enforce the password policy so that they will have to make sure that their password is always changing, and you can make them don't remember or don't allow them to use any password more than they have to use. You cannot reuse any password less than 30 times. So you can set it 99 times or whichever time, so you will never be able to use the same password again and again.
Right.
So, James, is yours okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you just double check on your SA account? Make sure your SA account is okay. If not, you can change your SA account password. Okay?
Okay. Sure.
Right. Guys, if for any reason, right, if your user account is being locked up, right, you can always open up your user page, right? And if let's say for some reason, let's say this account is locked up, you can then enable, not delete the user, but let me go to the account.